Hello, I'm Eagle Gardens 1 on Instagram, and this is fucking talking shit with Eagle, episode 666. Holy cow. I don't know why I've been dreading this. And yeah, I almost thought today I'm gonna put in some creepy music and all that, but tonight's guest claimed this spot a long time ago. Doc Vapor, how you doing, my friend? You want to tell everybody how you're doing and where they can find you, my friend?
Absolutely. I'm so happy to be here. It's been a journey, of course. I think I reached out to you when you were first dreading your 666 show, and I said, you know what? I'll do that show. If people are running away from it, I'm not shy. Um, I don't really believe in superstitions, and I don't really believe in you know uh, those things. Although I do believe in numbers and their meanings and whatnot, but um, I also believe that just because you're on show number 666 doesn't mean that you're an evil person. So I would like to dispel all those misconceptions right away. Um, I'm Doc Vapor at Doc Vapor on IG. Happy to be here. And that's where you can find me.
Yeah, there was somebody in chat just yesterday saying that I'm sorry, I cut out there for a second. Somebody was just saying in chat yesterday that that 666 wasn't necessarily had to be a bad thing. It was more perspective, as you're kind of saying. But that doesn't make it nonetheless. Even this morning I kind of went, oh, 666. And even though you called this out long one a long time ago and it should have been super easy to plan, it was tough to plan because of the schedule I've kept lately, with maybe a day here missing and a day there missing. And so even with that, I had to take a day off to make it line up this week. I took Tuesday off because if I went on Tuesday into the Weewitter world, it would have threw the number off. So, but I needed the break, so I'm not complaining, and I'm happy you
You
took
do
the
need a
number
break.
because
You
I don't
definitely
think
need a break.
anybody else.
Sorry, I was going to say you definitely need a break sometimes. You definitely need one. So, especially as a new grandfather and everything that you've been through the past few
I think
weeks. Go ahead, shoot.
I didn't even want to sneak it in on somebody. You know what I mean? Just not even mention it was like 666. I could just imagine somebody that just sitting in the back of their mind the whole episode. I got this one. Uh,
How did I get the shortest straw on this one, my friends? Well, not in this case because I took it willingly, so it's okay.
so what do you got to smoke on tonight? What did you bring to start the show off with?
Well, thankfully, I really managed to just get my grow in a week ago. Actually, it's day 12 now in dry. Um, I was planning to pull it on the 19th on Father's Day, but it happened they matured a little faster, so I cut them down the week before, and they've been hanging for about 12 days now. Um, in the same 5x5 tent that they were hanging in. So right now, I just packed myself a bowl of Gorilla Glue, number 4, feminized. Obviously, somebody took the real cut and um, feminized it and decided to put it out there for the world. So I think this was a Euro breeder or whatever. That's where I got my first seats from, legit seats from, not from bag. So I'm about to hit that in about, I guess, 30 seconds or so. That's my plan, at least. And then after that, we can take a walk down and maybe take a look at some of the other ones, and you guys can pick which of the ones you want me to snip a butt off of, because they're pretty much ready to be sampled and loved and all that good stuff. Yeah, so I grew 7 different flavors this time around. It was Amnesia Haze, Critical Kush, GDP, which is the Granddaddy Perps, the Gorilla Glue #4, the Gelato, and it looks like #33, the Larry Bird cut, which is green. It doesn't really perp out too much. And I also have Northern Lights 5 by Skunk #1, and also an Afghani, which looked delicious. So yeah, that's what I have, the 7. And then I have 5 waiting to go outdoors. But anyway, I don't want to get ahead of myself on this one. I have a sneaking
They all
suspicion.
sound super tasty.
I have a sneaking suspicion you're going to ask me, when was the first time I heard or experienced marijuana? Am I right?
That is the question. That is the question, Doc. When is the first time you consumed or seen cannabis?
Well, I'll tell you, the first time I heard about it was my parents freaking out because some neighborhood kid that they were friends with their parents found out that their teenage kid was smoking pot in the garage. This was circa 1984 in Astoria, Queens. Of course, it was an outrage. How could they be smoking pot in the garage? Stupid. They should have just joined them. They would have been better off. But anyway, the way I look at it, I spent the last, I don't know, 10 years before this past year or so, sitting in a garage getting fucking lit. So I don't see anything wrong with that. It was my man cave, so I have absolutely nothing to say about that other than kudos. So yeah, that was the first time I heard about it. And then after that, of course, I was a good boy, so I didn't do anything until probably, I would say, I didn't do anything until I was 17, when I started smoking cigarettes. Actually, I was kind of like a goody two shoes and very opinionated and kind of a pain in the ass, I think, to most people. But thank God I grew out of that. But realistically, I mean, when I was a teenager, I definitely didn't touch anything. I got drunk when I was 17, for the first time, and that was off a beer and some really nasty tequila, and I never liked tequila after that. So kind of that killed that one. But it was my cousin that turned me on to the sweet leaf when I was just about 18. One of my friends decided that they were going to go away for the summer, and they left me their keys to take care of the parakeets in their apartment in Astoria. So I would take my car and drive down to Astoria from my new place where I lived at that time in Forest Hills. And well, I had the apartment to myself, and of course, it's kind of nice. And my cousin lived down the street from there, so I said, "Hey, come on by." So he said, "Okay, I'll come by." So I was like, "Well, I got beers," and he's like, "Well, I got buds," and I'm like, "What the fuck is buds, bro? I never had buds before." So he brought it over, and well, lo and behold, it was probably some real crappy. I mean, by today's standards, I would say it was probably some Mexican brickweed, or definitely wouldn't qualify as anything high quality at that time. It was anything you would get, nickels and dimes, at your local bodega in Astoria. You can stop by and buy it at the time, if you knew the code words or whatever. And he would have the hookup, and we went, and he would roll blunts, and I had no idea what a blunt was. Barely had an idea what a joint was. So then, before we knew it, he was giving me shotties, and I was like, okay, this is pretty interesting. And getting high was interesting. I don't know about you guys, but everyone that says that they didn't get high the first time, I don't know. I got blitzed. I mean, I probably smoked a lot, several blunts, I would say, according to my cousin, because he was the one in control of the dosages. So it was probably a few 40s of some malt liquor or whatnot, plus some blunts. And honestly, I'm not really a blunt smoker now. I don't really prefer it. I think it changes the taste of the weed. So I prefer, either, well, mostly a bowl, mostly a bong, small bong, nothing huge. And maybe a joint here and there, but I do like a joint, a nice finger-sized joint, Marlboro. They called me the Marlboro man. My friends did, because I would roll joints the size of a Marlboro, like on a regular. And because I didn't give a fuck, because I wasn't cheap, I wasn't going to roll a pinner joint for anybody. It's, if you're hanging out, we're smoking a fatty. Fuck that. Yeah, it cost me a lot of money, but again, fuck that. Money comes and goes, man. Just like hoes.
I gotta agree. Money does come and go. No sense in getting caught up in the process.
So I know you like the rambles, and well, I can ramble, man.
Well, the
So yeah,
floor is yours, my friend.
yeah. So honestly, that was the first time, at my friend's house, that I was babysitting basically parakeets and whatnot, and their plants. My cousin and I would get lit, and drunk, and lit and drunk, and I have to say, like, I think early on I noticed that because of, starting to smoke a little bit of weed, I would drink a lot less, because I come from a background of drinkers, really. Drinking was what the men did, you know, and it was accepted. So like I would watch my dad get shit faced, and his friends get shit faced together, and fall out together and whatnot. And then of course the never ending fights at home as a kid, because of alcohol abuse on my dad's part. But that was because he was trying to do business deals and everything that had to do with business back in the old country, like Nikolai would say, from last night. Yeah, cousin Nikolai would say, from the old country. Back then, everything would be about hanging out, with business associates and getting drunk, and whether you can hang or not. And if you can hang, then you get the deal, right? So my dad was a tanner, so they would go and buy, from the farmers, the skins and whatnot, and make deals for hundreds of skins and thousands of skins that they would buy and whatever. So if they couldn't hang with the farmers, they would get a bum deal. But if they could drink the farmers under the table, or at least entertain them enough, they would get a better deal. But then my mother wouldn't fucking understand that, and she would give them hell for staying out late and drinking and whatever, and coming home smelling like a gallon of distilled yummy goodness that you would buy at a farm. So anyway, it was so alcohol was something that I watched as a kid, as a detriment, actually, as something that I didn't like to see. You know what I mean? Like I kind of swore to myself as a kid that I wouldn't become a drunk. You know what I mean? So instead, I became a pothead. But you know what? That's a much better option. It's a peaceful solution. Although I do like a drink. I like a beer here and there, and their sister plants, of course, the hops and the marijuana. They separated a long time ago, but if you look at the leaves and look at the way they're growing, yeah, that's the same kind of leaning plants. So the two go hand in hand, and I'm enjoying a nice Beck's right now, some of Germany's finest. Although that's not all I drink, but right now I have a Beck's.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. Fine, Em. But I grew out of it myself. I don't know what happened with me. And, well, I do know what happened. I just decided to give it up for the right reasons, but I never had the urge to go back. I don't know. It's just, I think I did it so hard beforehand that going back was just too rough on my system.
I can appreciate that. I definitely can. I mean, just from my experience with what do you call it, with tequila for the first time, where it just sent me, like, basically I couldn't move from the toilet bowl for hours, like, you can, and not feeling good, and the hangover and all of that stuff. Like, that teaches you a lesson. You shouldn't be doing that. uh, Unfortunately, I also had to learn that lesson from Jack Daniels. So, you learn it from tequila, and then you learn it from Jack Daniels. Well, the Jack Daniels was maybe a half a year later on our senior trip. When we graduated from high school, we went to Killington for a ski trip. It was our senior trip. And of course, folks decided, well, we brought beer, and others brought, you know, apple juice and Jack Daniels, and others brought whippets, and others brought other things, but they didn't share with us. Damn them. At that time, so this was before the pot. So they didn't share any of that with us, but we did have some whippets, and I laughed my balls off. I don't know why that shit worked so good, but I've never laughed so hard in my life. Uh, it, it was pretty cool. And then we drank some Apple Jacks, which is basically apple juice with Jack Daniels, watered down with a little bit of ice. Well, if you're drinking it from a bowl, it's probably a bad idea. You probably wind up hugging the toilet bowl the rest of the night, which I did. And I also wound up doing the same on the way home on the bus the next day. I had some probably stage 3 alcohol poisoning there. So after those two, I definitely went with the with sticking more to the herbs and less to the alcohol. Even wine doesn't agree with me. So hard alcohol, definitely a nay. Wine is definitely maybe one glass and done kind of deal. If I go to 3, I might have a blackout. It's happened before, so it's very embarrassing and don't need to go there. Yeah, change subject. Whoop. No. Anyway, so yes, alcohol was always a bad news for me, and it always resulted in bad situations coming up. So yeah, uh, definitely more of a fan of the herbal the herbal end of the goodness. I would say from the perspective of dealing with the alcohol at home, I definitely didn't learn my lesson as a kid because I went through it a little bit myself, but it didn't transfer into my home life, which I'm thankful for as an adult. So I guess I got all that bad stuff out of me early, um, early on in life. So let's see, what's the next thing that I can get into? We definitely had a lot of um, of experiences growing up as kids trying to get our hands on the herb, um, especially driving through Brooklyn at night with my friends. We heard about this particular street, this particular house, and you had to go and drive down to that particular house and knock on a sketchy door with a latch on it just big enough to hand you out whatever you were buying, and you hand in the money, and basically that was the way you got through it unless you had someone that you could call, you know. So it was always sketchy on how you were going to get your um I can tell you it's been like from the time when we first, I know I got down the rabbit hole and we squirreled, right? So got down the rabbit hole with alcohol, but I didn't want to go down too far that hole. But it was a lesson worth learning. But I'd say from the point of the herb, um, if I didn't drink too much, but I smoked maybe more than I would have thought I would smoke, the next day I wouldn't really have a hangover, you know what I mean? So I would, start feeling like, okay, there's no headache and I don't have that weird, alcohol hangover or whatever, maybe I should just stick to that. So I guess I've been medicating myself with marijuana for, you know, holy shit, 31 years at this point. On a daily basis, maybe 28 years, because that's when I probably had enough money to be able to afford to, buy enough to be able to smoke, especially in New York. Well, New York City prices were never forgiving, especially on things like that. So, the 400 per zip, you know, for the good shit. And then if you were buying, you were buying dimes, or you were buying, whatever, if you were buying the good stuff, you were getting a gram for 20. And really the first thing that came through that I remember that people actually named was Northern Lights. That's the first thing that I remember that was named, when it came through, somewhere in the 90s, I guess, early 90s. That's the first thing I remember in New York getting that was a named strain. Other than that, it was always the Dro or this and that, the Hydro, the whatever. So yeah, there were never any names attached. The names really started coming, maybe the last decade, I guess I would say. You know, uh, Once you started to not have to deal with people on the street or these sketchy corners, I'm serious. Like I would get in the car with my friend, and he'd say, okay, we need to get to this street in Brooklyn, and we need to find this house that's got, it's this color, and you need to go down the steps, and you need to go to the left, and then you need to go to the right, and you find a metal door, and then you knock 3 times, and then someone tells you, hand me the money, and you hand them the money, and they give you the stuff, and you don't know what the fuck you're getting, right? So I definitely got some really interesting stuff, like strange stuff that was pressed into bricks, into some crazy shit, smelling all chemically, and what the fuck, sprayed with some shit. Like, I don't know. The stuff I'm growing today and I'm drying myself and all that stuff, it smells nothing like that. And I think some of that stuff was adulterated and sprayed with some chemical crap, you know. So maybe we were getting high off of some crazy fumes or something, but it was probably not cannabis, I would say. And everybody's heard about going to the city and going to, your famous weed spots in New York City and getting, and buying some cannabis, and instead it turns out to be some, some herb from your spice rack or whatever. So people have been scammed out like that a lot too. But now today, well, there's open markets now. Everybody's hanging out, selling whatever they want to in New York City. So I guess if that's what you want to do, I guess that's where you want to be. So I know my guy that used to sell to me for a long time, 20 years almost. He's now got some connect that's got 8 trucks driving through New York City, and he's selling pre-rolls. You know, that's what he's doing. because he had to adjust. He said there's a lot of crap on the market. So he has to differentiate somehow, because people are going for the low price now because they don't have the money. So that's the reality of it, right? Now let me shut up for like literally 1 minute and take a bong hit, because I'm stone sober.
Well, we can't have that, Doc. We can't have that. I mean, the recipe is cannabis, and Doc is in the name. I mean, you have to prescribe yourself a little bit of cannabis at some point, I would think.
Fuck yeah, doctor's orders, baby. Goddamn terpy bitch. Woo!
That's the beauty of growing your own, sir. That's the beauty of growing your own. So I guess I have to, since I've got the chance, the opportunity. So when did the doctor realize that cannabis had a medical side, or was it always rec? Is it always rec? There's no shame in that game these days, right? By the way, I missed the
Sorry, my brother.
$400 update.
Sorry, man. I was coughing. I didn't hear the last part. When did I discover that it's medicinal?
Yeah, when did the doctor discover that cannabis actually was a little bit more than just, catching a buzz or getting high? When did the doctor to go, oh, this is something I could prescribe or use for medicine?
Well, for my own personal use, I would say as soon as I stopped, drinking a lot and drinking less, because I was smoking, and not feeling all like fucked up the next day. I may feel a little bit like like maybe just a little slow getting going, after a long, after many smoke sessions per day. You may feel a little slow getting going in the morning, but throw an espresso at that bitch, and all of a sudden your engines are rocking again and you're good, So I don't know. It I think after many years of smoking daily, you become accustomed to just what it feels like to just be stoned normally all the time. And honestly, the real medicinal effects of it have only really hit me the past 3 years, especially over this COVID thing. Because previously I would only smoke after work. So I wouldn't smoke in the morning. I would go to work, and then I would come home, and then I would smoke, and I would get my rest or whatever. So it definitely helped me unwind, because I was dealing with, always high pressure situations. I'm working in Manhattan, corporate fucking slave, and lots of stress and whatever. And that was my outlet. I would meet up with my friends after work. I would work, maybe 12, 13, 14 hours a day. And my friends would still be hanging out in the evening. And I'd be like, oh, I'm done working. Okay. Can I stop by? Okay, great. You guys got some bud? Yep. Or you don't have bud. We don't got money or whatever. Don't worry. I got money, So I would come and I would buy or whatever if they had, or I would reimburse or whatever the fuck it was, just to get the edge off. You know what I mean? After a long day dealing with a bunch of fuckheads on Wall Street, So And most of them were probably coked up and whatever the fuck they were doing themselves. So, you know, they it it's all bullshit. Everybody knows it, you know, everybody gets high. There's no profession where there isn't people getting high. There are no doctors that don't get high, you know. Um, those that pretend that they don't get high, they're full of shit. First of all, if you drink, you're getting high. Okay. So fuck you. And then if you look down on people that smoke weed, fuck you too, because you're a cunt. And that's it. That's my opinion. And that's where I stand because, well, you're a cunt. You're ignorant. You know, like ignorance breeds cunts. And that's where I stand with that. So um where the fuck was I before I went off the deep end over here with cunts?
Oh, threw me off a little bit there with that. Oh, back when it became medical, I think you were talking about you realized that it had medical weight there.
Right.
And
So for me, that the medical side came early on because I realized I didn't have to drink as much to get my jollies and feel good, and also not get hungover the next day so I can function at work. So like a six pack was enough, or less than a six pack was enough a day, you know, of beer. Even that was like, you know, a real slowdown from my previous consumption habits. So, you know, um, uh, I would say that the last 3 years have definitely been what's set it off because I kind of, well, sitting at home on your ass, right? You have your wife sitting there and she's like, well, I'm gonna cook and all this stuff, and you're getting all this home home cooked meals, right? And it's all good for you. You're not eating McDonald's, you're not eating KFC, you're not eating this, you're not eating that, right? And then she's telling you, well, maybe it's a good idea if you start doing some intermittent fasting, right? And I'm like, intermittent fasting, what? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm hungry, motherfucker. I gotta eat. But she's persistent, bro.
so I remember.
She's persistent. What I'm saying is she's persistent. So I got onto the intermittent fasting thing, right? But now we're working from home. So I wake up in the morning, I got to log into work at 9, 8:30, whatever. Uh, uh, you know, I'm working from home, computer logged in, you know, internet rocking, no problems, blah, blah, blah. But I'm up. I'm up at 5:30, 6 in the morning. And well, I'm smoking because I'm at home and I'm having my coffee, blah, 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 get on to work, do my work, take a break. Well, it might be a 1 or 2 joint coffee break in this case, right? Because you're at home, right? So all of a sudden, I was almost 290 pounds, I think, 6 feet tall. I'm like, fuck, dude, I'm fat. So I decided I'm going to get a dog. So I got a dog. And I'm like, this actually was in August, right before the pandemic hit. So I got a dog and I was a fat slob and I was drinking and smoking and eating badly and working a lot of hours and all this shit. So I got a dog and started walking with the dog and started listening to my wife a little bit and started doing this intermittent fasting shit. And you know what? It took me a year, bro, but I dropped 100 pounds. So I attribute that to smoking a lot of weed because number one, if you smoke, you don't want to eat right after that because you want to stay high. So if you smoke, you want to stay high. So equation number one is I just smoked. I'm not eating. So I would replace the food with, well, another toke. And well, I dropped 100 pounds. Walking the dog and smoking weed and sitting in my garage and working from home and all this bullshit during COVID. So that was from 2019 to 2020. I lost 100 pounds. And then I was watching my son, who was 17 at the time, and he was 350, maybe 350 pounds, but he was also 6'6". So he was a big boy. And he was having a tough time with a girlfriend and all this shit. And I was like, man, he's 17 and all this shit. And I'm like, well, that's when I started smoking. So we had a blackout. So I'm like, we're sitting there, no AC, no nothing. And the kid is fucking bugging out. He doesn't have internet. He can't even charge his phone and all this shit. He can't talk to the girlfriend and they're having issues. And I'm like, all right, dude, you gotta tell me. I'm like, did you ever smoke pot? And he said, no, Dad, I never did. I'm like, well, I think you need to. So I rolled up a fatty and I gave him a couple of puffs and I said, maybe that'll help you to level out things, Does that make me a bad dad? Maybe. But then again, he's also down 100 pounds and he's 6'8" and he's 240 and he plays guitar like a fucking god. So I don't think I'm a bad dad. He's on the same regimen as I am. Intermittent fasting and bud. That's it. Well, he also does push-ups and shit, but I'm not doing push-ups. Fuck that. I'm too old for that shit.
You're never too old, Doc. Never too old.
Oh, fuck that,
Just wanted
bro.
to throw that out.
Fuck that. Fuck that. No, you know what's funny? I was looking at myself in the mirror. I'm like, motherfucker, bro. I look better than I did when I was fucking in my first years of college, dude. In terms of physical appearance, holy fuck. I look at myself and I'm like, God damn, dude. Well, I guess you can reverse age depending on how you approach shit, So I mean, that's my advice for people that are having trouble, with their weight and whatnot. Look into intermittent fasting, look into eating good, and cook your own shit at home. Maybe grow your own shit at home. All kinds of shit. As Green Fingers would say, plant a motherfucking seed, motherfucker. Right?
That's right, my friend. That's right.
Yeah.
So I kind of want to flip back to I remembered where we were before we swirled a little bit there. You mentioned Wall Street. I can imagine that being a fucking stressful fucking thing to do there. Has it changed? I remember when at one point when I was a youngin', I dreamed of being a Wall Street trader there. Is it still just as like you would the movies, everybody on the floor screaming over top each other, fucking, or has it changed since the digital age? Is it more of a sit back and push a button thing these days?
Well, it's interesting, like I've seen the trading floors and all that, and I've been at the New York Stock Exchange and before the changeover to all digital and all that. Now it's a little more subdued, I think. Before they had all the paper and all that, all those things going there, but now I think it's more, everything is so digitized and everything. The people are no longer kind of in control. It's more the machines in control now. Your average trading floor, I guess, would have a lot of traders on it, but it's not as wild and crazy as all those movies or whatever. But maybe in a boiler room, in a boiler room setting, you would have that kind of thing going on. But in a really corporate big banking environment, people were a little more subdued. I mean, some people would lose their calm and whatnot, but they were also making millions for the bank, or whatever, billions for the bank at some point. So, if you lose your shit and you're making the bank billions, maybe you get a pass, So that's that type of stuff is known to happen. But then again, banks have become a lot more strict lately, and well, I'm more on, you know, I'm more on the regulatory side of things these days. So I'm not really dealing with all that heavy duty trading business stuff. But I mess around and I see all the good things and the bad things that are coming from finance and regulations and all those things. So yeah, a lot of fun things that I'm involved in. But that's why I can't really put myself out there fully yet, until I ditch the until I ditch the corporate shackles, as they're called, and maybe then I can do something a little more public. But for now, I'll keep myself in the vapors, as it would be.
Right on, right on. So, what have been 28 years of solid smoking some good ass herb? What has been a favorite so far? Has there been a favorite? Do you remember a certain particular score? For me, I know there's been a couple of good scores where I remember you heard mention that real laughy shit. Do you remember any good strains that you know what I mean? You wish you wish you could score some of that today.
Oh, absolutely, man. At some point, one of my the same guy that I was getting stuff from 20 years for 20 years, he was bringing, like, a steady supply of some real good, real good high grade, you know. But he wouldn't really put a name on it until lately, when things started to, maybe the last 4 years, 5 years. So Northern Lights stands out. There was something that we got from Humboldt for New Year's once, which was just beautiful. It was in a jewelry case, kind of see-through, jewelry crate, I can't even speak, jewelry case that was see-through, so you could see the bud, and it was beautiful. I can't even tell you what it was, but it had Humboldt County on it, so it was some nice stuff. Cheetah piss, I don't even know if that's something real, but that was something that was given to me as something called cheetah piss. I mean, I heard of cat piss turbs, but this was called cheetah piss. So yeah, it had that cat piss extreme, thing going. Another thing that stands out is something from maybe like early 2000s. It had to be a skunk variety, because you could not, like, I don't care how many bags you put that fucker in, it would smell. And like really pungent, like you could not escape it. It was impossible to escape. So I got laid off, right? And in New York, well, you have to go to the social, I don't think it's Social Security, it's whatever, the administration that handles, unemployment, right? So you have to go to these stupid classes. So I'm sitting there with fucking college degree, 10 years of experience. I'm out of work at this point for the first time in fucking 15 years. I'm out of work. And these motherfuckers are trying to tell me how to find a fucking job. So on the way to this motherfucking course, I rolled up a fatty, smoked half of it, threw the other half into my fucking Marlboro pack and threw it in my pocket. Walked into the class. 5 minutes into the class, the guy sitting next to me goes, "Damn, do you smell that, bro?" I'm like, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." "Bro, is that on you?" I'm like, "I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." He's like, "Bro, that's you." I'm like, "No, it's not, bro. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about." Of course it was me, but I'm not going to tell the motherfucker it was me. I stunk the entire fucking room up. Why? Because I didn't give a flying fuck. Why the fuck do I have to go to this fucking class when I already had a job for 15 fucking years? I'm out of a job for fucking 1 month, and I have to go to this worthless fucking class. So I went high, and I didn't give a fuck. And fuck you. So yeah, I did that. And that was some memorable fucking weed, let me tell you, bro. And here's to not giving a fuck. SoCal, right? And the first thing in the morning when you take that first sip of coffee, right? And you still don't give a fuck. Well, I didn't give a fuck. Still don't give a fuck. Did we squirrel? Yeah, so that was
No, we didn't
memorable.
squirrel. We didn't
But wait,
squirrel.
so hold on. So yeah, that was
But
memorable.
I couldn't.
Yeah, go ahead.
That is a pretty memorable story there. So I understand that, you necessarily have the corporate shackles still on, and New York's just becoming on board with cannabis there. So I can understand necessarily uh having to be a little incognito when you're getting your grow supplies there. So you want to tell me about the incident when you got kicked out of the grow store for wearing a dress?
Fuck you, SoCal. He's the only motherfucker that would have asked that fucking question. I love you, but fuck you, bro.
Yes,
Am I
sir.
right?
I'm surprised you actually couldn't
did
hear
I
the
catch the
dinging in the
culprit?
background. If it could, it would have been a nudge. Somebody standing behind me with a little stick going, "Come on, do it."
I know the little devil. I know the little devil. I know. It's okay. It's all right. I love him anyway. Don't worry about it. See, you just threw me off my game. Okay, so we were talking about cat disturbs, right? And then we were talking about the fucking skunk shit that you couldn't hide for shit, right? What else was really good? You know what was really good? When my mom found my bag of weed and my easy widers and my denim jacket when I was like 19, and she decided to wash my jacket, and I was stupid enough to leave my shit in there in the inside pocket. So she took it out and put it on top of the TV. So so I get home and I see the shit on top of the TV. I'm like, "Oh, how nice." I grabbed that shit, put it in my pocket, said not a word about it, nor did she. Gotta love a mom. Mind you, I'm not from a family that actually consumed cannabis before So like my cousin, he was probably first in his clan, and I was probably the first in my clan to consume the wonder herb. So yeah, my mom and dad would never, and they were all like, you know, when they first heard about the kid, down the block, the friend of a friend's kid smoking in the garage, they were all like flabbergasted and, oh my god, as if it was crack or some shit, but obviously they they didn't give a fuck because I got good grades and I got a scholarship to go to college and all this shit. So what are you gonna say? What are you gonna say to a kid, right? That's doing good in school, that's not fucking up, not getting arrested, not doing any stupid shit. What are you gonna say? Oh, so what? He smokes a little weed and he drinks a little beer with his friends. So fucking what? Right? It's probably expected. And most kids do a lot worse. So, oh, let me backtrack just a little bit, because I mentioned that I gave a little bit of weed to my son when he was 17 to get him out of his malaise with his mental, tie-ins with his girlfriend and all this shit, which he dropped, thank fuck. But you know what he came out and told me? He's like, oh, the previous summer they did shrooms with their friends. It was August, and one of their friends brought shrooms and they did shrooms. So he never smoked weed, but the motherfucker did shrooms. Right? So I'm like, well, motherfucker, isn't that nice? You didn't tell me shit. But guess what? I told him, I said, you know what? There's all kinds of other things, right? I said, there's acid and all those things. Well, I went down that path too. So, and well, it's not always pretty. You know what I mean? First time was great. LSD, fantastic. Second time, great. LSD, fantastic. Fun times. Third time, not so much. Was it LSD? I don't think so. You know what I mean? So, uh, you don't know what you're getting. So, like, that's why I like to grow my own, dry my own, cure my own, smoke my own, right? Because then I know exactly what the fuck went into that, you know? So that's why I decided to grow. And it's the stupidest fucking thing how I got into doing this shit too. It it came from a so-called fucking pandemic that everybody knew was bullshit from the fucking start. But let me not go there. Anyway, so in my travels for those many years of smoking my buddy's cannabis that I was buying at 400 and a zip, New York prices. Hey, listen, it was great stuff. Don't get me wrong, but it wasn't organically grown. It was all, it was all salt grown, California, transported over to New York, whether by air or by rubber tire, who the fuck knows how it was gotten to New York and then distributed, right? But we're talking about mostly salt grown indoor cannabis, nothing outdoor. I don't think, honestly, that I've ever had an outdoor varietal that I can say was fully grown outdoors, because I I started smoking way after the whole, Acapulco Gold and all that shit came to the US, like I'm not sure if I ever got some real sun grown stuff, honestly. Maybe in the very beginning, but that was all crap. It was full of seeds, and I wish I would have kept the seeds. Knowing now, back then I was pissed off that there were seeds in there. Stupid me. Imagine the number of varietals that you could have probably found in those seeds. I have no idea, but I've thrown out hundreds and hundreds of seeds, and I only started saving them maybe the last 5-6 years, and then when the pandemic hit, I had a handful of seeds. So what did I do? I took a tomato planter. Well, it's not really tomato planter, but for any herbs, you have those little honeycomb layout racks, and I took some whatever soil. I have no idea what the hell it was. Smushed it in there, threw some seeds in there, put some water, and put it outside. Giving zero fucks, like, paper towels and all this shit. No, nothing. Just took the seeds, put them in, let them do the thing, right? What happened? 2 popped out of all like 40 seeds. 2 of them popped. One turned out to be a male, one turned out to be a female after growing him through the season, right? So this was 2020, when the pandemic hit, I guess, right? That's when it hit. 2020 March. We were all locked down, so I popped the seeds into the ground, and off we went, right? And it was unknown cultivars, obviously. It was, who the hell knows, back seeds. And I grew them out in some, literally, I have no idea what the hell soil I used. It was some bag soil. And well, it was not very successful. I mean, considering they grew out and I could identify, okay, this is a male, this is a female, after watching a bunch of shows on YouTube, not knowing, really anything about how to identify a male from a female or anything like that, as a new grower. Zero freaking clues. No idea. Like, I have no idea what this plant is all about. I mean, it's beautiful. And well, really, that wasn't the first time that I popped the seed. I popped the seed many, many years before that, in probably 1992. And I was still at my parents' place, and I popped it into a small container of soil that my mom had, and I put it out on the fire escape, and it popped, and it came up, and it started getting a little bit too big, and I got worried that it was out on the fire escape and people could see it, so I offed it, and that was the first marijuana plant I ever grew. And well, I feel bad about killing it, but well, I had no choice, and plus it was probably not in the best place anyway. But anyway, in 2020, when we started these 2 plants, I was like, okay, so how am I going to flower this thing out and all this stuff? I got worried about how I'm going to flower it out. I didn't know. So it started flowering at the end of, I guess, mid of August. It started showing, and then it was no bigger than 2 feet, 2.5 feet, I guess, tall, maybe, decent buds, but it was nothing. It was garbage. So, but I bought some blurple lights so I could finish it off indoors. And what I did was because it was coming to the end of the season, I needed a way to finish it, and we were getting a lot of rain. So I'm like, fuck, I need to put this thing indoors. So I bought blurple lights, because everybody was talking about, LEDs this, LEDs that. So I got King LED lights. Everybody's heard of them, and your eyes are suffering till today because of them. Okay? If you've seen that ugly blurple fucking hue where you can't tell whether your plant is alive or dead, oh, fuck that. Okay? So anyway, finishing that fucking grow was a pain in my balls, because number one, I had no equipment, right? I had crappy ass King LED lights, And yeah, right. But good luck with that too, though. Yeah, I don't know about all that though. Still, you can wear that fucking bullshit, but it, you know what I mean? It doesn't look right, right? Okay, so yeah, you can wear the freaking glasses. So anyway, right now I thank goodness for natural lights. You know what I mean? It's white lights, and you can actually see the plant for what it is. If there's some deficiency, you can properly identify, well, yep, it's, you need a little more nitrogen, or you need a little more of this, or a little more of that. But hopefully you don't have to fucking do any of that bullshit, which is what my goal is at the end of the day when I grow. But boy, that's hard to do. Anyway, so getting to the end of that first harvest, I decided to transform, with my wife's blessing, the back half of my garage, which was my smoke place for years before that, to transform the back half of it into a grow room. So I did like half veg, half flower, and I had one blurple light in one blurple light in the other. And well, you can go blind doing that shit. So it only took one grow to decide, well, I'm going to ditch the blurples and spend a little more money and step up my game on the LEDs. So I got myself a HLG Scorpion, whatever the fuck they call it. Scorpion Diablo. Yeah, that's what it is. HLG Scorpion Diablo fucking Wonderlight, right? Which I decided to flower out my next run on. So what I decided to run then was Granddaddy Perps. Do you see a recurring theme there, sir? Because I decided to, break all rules and buy seeds online, right? Because I had no hookups, right? Because the guy that was selling me weed wouldn't get me seeds, right? Because selling me weed was more lucrative than getting me seeds, right? So I asked him numerous times, bro, you got so many hookups, get me some seeds. Ass, nothing, right? So that's okay, bro. That's all right. No worries. There's Euro hookups, no worries. So I got myself some GDP. But obviously, even the crap that I grew in the beginning was good enough to get me hooked on that shit, because I'm still growing it. I grew Durban Poison, which is an unforgettable fucking plant. If you ever grew Durban Poison, you'll know Durban Poison, right? It's got a certain smell that you can't deny. If you got the real shit, you'll know it. No other herb smelled like that, right? It just got this very specific smell that Durban Poison has, which you can't deny. So every single one that I've grown, whether it would, I've grown several of them already. Thank fuck. In 3 years, I've managed to squeeze a few runs in, but they've been great, and they've been my staple. Like morning wake up coffee, Durban Poison, rock and roll, right? My go-to nighttime has been Granddaddy Perps. And I fucked up my Gorilla Glue #4 grow previously. I don't know what the fuck happened. Bitch just died on me. So not this time though. Oh, baby. Wait, hold on. I can show you guys. Wait, this is good. Hold on. I can show you this. Yeah, I can show you that. Yeah, let me switch this.
Oh,
Hold on.
I think I might have to. There you go.
Hold on. Let me see this thing. I need to switch my. Wait.
So for me, I think that I would have saved the Gorilla Glue for my good night and maybe the GDP for the daytime. I don't know.
GDP puts me to sleep, man. That linalool, man, it's just a sleepy freaking. Hold on, I gotta see. How do I turn off my background here, buddy?
If you're on a phone, you would go to the three dots, virtual background, and select none.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Okay, got it. All right, I can show you. All right, here we go. Is it dark? Yes, it is. Sorry for the visual effects. But we're walking into the dungeon here, fellas and ladies. Hold on. Oh, even sounds ominous.
This is our virtual blindfold.
You're entering into the abyss, okay?
You
It is
cannot
abyss.
see the secret location.
You will not see the secret location. Hold on. Okay, here we go. Da, da, da. Oh, the door. Here it is. Yep, there it is. Woo, baby. Let's see. What are we doing? Drying at 60, 65. Not too shabby. Okay. As cousin Nikolai would say, and also Borat too. My friends,
favorite.
you will be liking if I show you what I show you. Hold on. Oh. Woo! Baby.
Nice.
All right.
So what are we looking at here, Doc?
That's where they grew
Looks
up.
good.
You see, I cut them from over here. That was where the GDP was. And this is where the critical Kush was. And that is where the Gorilla Glue was. And this is where the Northern Lights was. And that is where the Amnesia Haze was. And that is where the Afghani was. And the Gelato was in that corner over there. And I can show you the buds. Hold on. Woo! Baby. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Is that a lobster cage there?
Lobster
You
cage?
got on there? Yeah.
No. No lobster cage,
No,
man.
just fencing? Just a fencing?
No, it's like what do you call it? It's a trellis. It's like a trellis.
Kind of Cheddar Bob uses one that's maybe he says is part of a lobster, part of the lobster cage. He says it works beautifully. That's what it looked like. I was gonna ask if it was an East Coast thing.
So this here is Gorilla Glue that I've been picking off of, as you can see. And unmanicured. She's a natural bitch. That visible? Is that cool?
Sure is, my friend.
All right,
Yes,
cool.
it is.
Hold on. That's the GG4. Hold on. It's nice, and I mean it's like it's as long as my leg, basically, this branch here. All right, hold on. And let me grab. Hello. This one is definitely gelato. Hold on. This, damn. Why are you fighting with me, girl? Stop being a bitch. This is also the length of my leg, basically. Woohoo! Yeah. Hold on. Let's see. It's a little gelato action. Is it visible?
It is.
And of course, there's all kinds of other goodness, but I can't probably reach all of them right now. Anyway. So yeah, that's 4x4 soil.
I kind
bed.
of fell
I'm gonna
out
get of this
during
noise. Hold on one sec. Let me get out of this noise. Hold on. Hold on, my friend. Let me get the fuck out of here. Hold on. Holding on. This is veg tent, number 1. This is flower tent, number 2. It is great. Number 1, Borat like. Hold on. One sec. We're back in the dark again. In the dark ages.
The dark.
Back in the dark.
Nikolai was a fun guest.
And obviously, I know my way around in the dark in here, man. It's a fucking maze, bro. Holy shit. Woo!
That's what you say right before you stub your toe.
That's what you say before you bust your face. Hey, that's why I got the feelers out, man. Woo! Here we go. Okay, good. There we go. Okay, door there. Okay, good. Holy shit, man. This is not easy at the dark. Woo! All right. Rocking, baby. All right. So you got to see my hang glow dry. They're at 60 degrees and 65% humidity. I'm thinking hopefully Saturday I can chop, and chop and jar, you know? What do you think?
Yeah, you probably right on with that. You know, looks good. Definitely looks good, my friend. So
you,
what
sir.
I was asking there is, I kind of thank you very much for covering a while my shitty internet fell out and I had to switch internets there. You were nice enough to not skip a beat, but I missed the beginning of the first grow there. Has it always been organic for you, or did you grow into the organic?
Oh. Well, I guess that would take us back to my childhood, really. As our cousin Nikolai would say, back in the old country, right? Because obviously I'm not from the US&A originally. I'm a transplant. And but that don't make me any less American, man. That probably makes me more American, bro. Honestly, considering some of the fucking fuckheads that I've run into that were born here. So anyway, they don't got no appreciation for what fucking freedom is, you know, until you hear your father tell you about some shit, you know, when he was a kid, when he was fucking thrown in the gulag because fucking he was 16 years old and somebody thought they got a hard on for fucking minorities and they're going to lock up all the young kids because their kids are, you know, more than likely to start some shit. Right. So anyway, for me, authoritarianism never fucking worked real good. So, you know, which is why I don't give a fuck. And well, still don't give a fuck. But I'm wise enough to play the game. You know what I'm saying? So you don't have to bow down 100%. right? Just got to be wise enough to play the game, you know? And you may think it's bullshit to do this, it's maybe bullshit to do that, but sometimes it may be advantageous. Like when I went to college, for instance. Am I changing fucking subject here, bro? Because I think you asked me a specific question and I'm fucking going off.
You squirreled a bit there. You
Oh,
squirreled
fucking,
a
I'm
bit.
weird. I'm really squirreling, bro. Sorry.
I asked basically about the organics, if that's
Okay.
the way you
Okay.
started. Where did
Stick to organics, baby. Stick to organics. Okay. As a kid, my grandpa and my grandma owned a farm. They were farmers. So they lived on a farm. They had their own like little probably acre behind the house that they would grow grapes and peaches and not nectarines, but what's the other the smaller version, apricots, right? Plums, walnuts. They had pigs. They had rabbits. That's the first time that I saw animals fuck. Actually, was on my grandpa's farm when he would stand in front of the. He was standing there laughing with my dad, right? And I'm like, what the hell are you guys laughing at? And I was a little kid. I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. And my grandpa goes, here, look. And I look in the cage and I see 2 rabbits. Okay, 2 rabbits. But then the 2 rabbits start fucking, right? And it's like, ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba, ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba, ba-da-da-da-da-da-ba. And my dad is laughing. They're turning purple. My grandpa is laughing. He's turning purple. I have no fucking clue what's going on. I only realized minutes later, like literally like minutes later, oh, that's what's happening. Anyway, so my grandpa had a farm, right? So everything that he did was all organic, right? So he did his own composting. He did all that stuff. Like it was all old school, like real old school, you know, like fucking old school. When you went to grandpa's house, you went to the fucking outhouse to piss and shit. Okay. No indoor plumbing, motherfucker. Get the fuck out of here. Hot water, running hot water. You want that? Sure. Put a pot on the fucking kettle and you get some hot water. You want to take a hot bath? Sure. We'll fill up the basin for you, you know, in the morning, and in the heat of the day, it'll warm up to lukewarm, and then you could take a lukewarm bath, right? That's what they had, like real farm shit, okay? With a fucking artesian well where you have to pump your water and all that shit. So anyway, for me, it was always grandpa puts the seeds in the fucking ground and he doesn't do much else other than, you know, maybe weed, and, you know, he'd till here and there, but he wouldn't like fertilize or anything crazy like that. And that ground was always dark, you know, just what you want to see, you know, all the organic shit in there. And he made his own wine. He had his own, you know, he basically grew enough enough grapes himself to make like 500 to 1,000 liters of wine per year. So it would be enough for him and my dad to, you know, consume. And I guess that was my inspiration, that I never watched anyone put seeds inside of paper towels, and then from paper towels from putting seeds into glasses of water, and then from glasses of water into paper towels, and then from paper towels into some media to sprout them or whatever. Like it was always put the fucking seed in the ground and it'll pop out when it pops out. If it don't pop out, it's a dud and you're done. So going by that kind of premise, I decided, well, I'm not going to go with any paper towel method because it just didn't make sense to me. So I'm like, well, I'm just going to put the seeds in the ground. And in this case, it was in cups. And once I started, like, you know, paying attention, you know, people started showing, you know, online, and I started watching, you know, different YouTube shows. And obviously I came across your show, probably year and a half, 2 years ago, I would say. And I've been watching, like I'm a stealth watcher, so like I don't talk on YouTube, I don't chat on YouTube, I don't get into any of all that. I only hooked up with the guys on the crew over there, the past couple of weeks, 6, 7 weeks, 8 weeks that I've been talking to some of the guys there, Gus and all those guys, just to get a feel for the crew and whether I really, really want to do the show. You know what I mean? Like, I was pretty sure I wanted to. Just when I reached out to you, I wanted to. But, you want to get the bona fides, from the crew, that they're cool people, just not just on the show, but just cool people in general. So like, I always like to make sure that, if I'm going to start hanging out with a bunch of people, that I'm cool with them. You know what I mean? So for the most part, even though we may see things a little bit differently here and there, I think we all see things alike. And I appreciate that with this crew, especially. Because I can tell SoCal, go fuck yourself, and he'll laugh right now. You know what I mean? Because we've had conversations before. So it's not going to be the first time that I've spoken to SoCal. So if you guys think that we're familiar, yeah, because I've been talking to them, on a daily basis. And I'm not going to say that I haven't. And, it's helped me prep for this particular endeavor here, because I've never done this before. You know what I mean? It's my first foray into the public forum, and to be hanging out with Eagle on his 666th show is a monumental fucking occasion. You know what I mean? For any human being to do. So back to the organics.
I gotta say, before you get back to the organics, I appreciate those kind words. Thank you, my friend. This episode, it does mark a quite a transition for me too, and I can't believe I'm this far into the goal, or what I called out there in the beginning. I said do 1,000. I can't believe I'm at this rate, I'm less than a year away from the goal. You know what I mean? Of hitting that mark. So it's almost scary to me, not in the sense of the number, just in the sense that I almost want it to slow down.
Well, in that sense, I can understand that, at one point it was, let's get there, right? Let's get to the number. But I think once you reach the number, you've already surpassed your goal. And then at that point, it's all bonus, right? So take it for that, bro. And you know what? I applaud you for not, I don't even know how to explain it, because I can tell that at some points you were really torn about continuing, even about doing the show. I could tell from the way you were, I don't know, like you felt like you were like you were hurt, like inside, because you put so much effort, so many hours, and so many days, and so many, and you spend so much time listening to people just like me, and I'm a nobody. You know what I mean? Like, in the grand scheme of things, who the fuck am I? You know what I mean? To be on Eagle's show, bro. I'm in the grand scheme of things, I'm just me. I'm just Doc, bro. you know but you put yourself out there before most other people did, and your predecessor, whom you styled yourself after, in a way, Subcool, I watched his shows as well, because I actually caught some of sub cool stuff before I caught your stuff, you know, and I don't know how, but through the internet, you know, the YouTube fucking algorithm, you find people, right? And it's almost like, to me, it felt like when I found you guys and I found Michigan Bros Grow Show and fucking and the Dude Grows, those three were my staples, man. I wouldn't go a day without catching you guys, you know what I mean? And it means a lot that you were always there, bro. Even in the darkest fucking times, man, in the fucking pandemic when shit was fucking garbage for me and I was looking at fucking the depths of hell, you were there, dude. And you have
Man,
no idea what it means to me that you know, that community that you were able to bring together, bro. And it really fucking, it helped me get through a lot of hard shit, dude. And I'm gonna get into it too, because, well, the night is still fucking young, so there's a lot for me to say anyway.
man, I appreciate that. You know, at one point that transition from one phase to another was really tough. It was really tough, but you know, it's doing it every day. I don't know. It's weird. It's really weird. Really become, this has really become a huge part of me. You know what I mean? And you know, I value everybody. You say, you know, everybody's a part of this. You know what I mean? You're a part of this. We all make up the cannabis. We're all a piece of thread in the cannabis community. The whole, you know, the blanket that is the cannabis community. So it can't happen without your story, my story. Everybody had plays a part in this. You know what I mean? We're all fighting to keep it alive. So, you know, I appreciate the kind words. But let's get back to organics, my friend. Let's get back to the fun stuff. Let's talk about some more organics, my friend.
Well, no, I mean, I I couldn't help but just acknowledge the fact that this, you know, it's not easy to do what you do every fucking day, you know what I mean? And to be there, and you know, it meant a lot to me that I would have somebody where I could go to. And you know, it would disappoint me because I don't have a Google account, and I don't want to have one, and I don't want to do all that. I don't want to be part of the algorithm and all that shit. And I became part of the algorithm just doing stuff on Discord and whatnot. And I know that. But even on IG, like I keep a low profile. I never post anything. But you know what? I appreciate you. I just want you to know that, dude. No matter what, no matter what anybody ever says, I appreciate you for everything that you've done, for all the people that you've had on here, for all the people that you've helped, that you've coaxed along, that you've tried to coax along, that you know have come and gone in the past and all that. You know, this is the show that I want you to know, that at least from one person here that's been watching you for 2 years, I appreciate you for who you are, bro. And for being a real motherfucker, bro. Like Gus says, you're a real motherfucker, bro. And Smiley is a real motherfucker too. Because you know what? You don't put yourself out there like you're king shit. You're still humble after 666 fucking shows. And it's not just 666, it's double that, because you've done the 0.5s and all those other things that you've done. So just,
Man, it means a lot. It really does.
you know, bro, that's, you know, that's it. I just wanted to say that. And going back to the organics, my brain wouldn't allow me to go anything other than that. You know, even though I had crap to work with, I would not work with anything other than just earth. You know what I mean? Just because, like, earth, right? Like, that's what nature does, dude. So like, for me, it was always about earth. So I went out and I got the best, you know, bagged fucking earth that I could get. Did I get fucking um what are those stupid things called? Not fruit flies, but uh
Gnats.
fungus gnats, right? Did I get fungus gnats? Of course I did, because of course they were, not well maintained and stuff like that. So I used the pre-baked, earth, concoctions that people fucking, put out there in the grow store. And it wasn't even anything special, because I didn't go to a specialty grow store, so I didn't get like Fox Farm or anything like that. It was some generic shit from fucking from Wal not Walmart, but whatever, Home Depot or whatever, Lowe's, or whatever you can get, right? But but then I started, going down deeper into the rabbit hole, and of course, I was watching my guys on Dude Grows show, and of course, Scotty Real and all those guys. Everybody knows and loves those guys, right? Because they're entertaining, right? And they give out good information. You learn a lot, right?
Great community. Hell yeah.
And they
Oh, yeah,
definitely and they definitely hang in there, and they've been in there for years doing this stuff. And that's what, I started watching them. And it's always about microbes and mycorrhiza and all of these things, all of the interrelationships between the soil and the plants, and the microbes, and the fungi, and you know leaving the earth undisturbed, and all these things to go with the no-till. And you know um of course, for 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 most people, it's very difficult to do a true no-till gardening environment, because they don't necessarily have the space, or the yeah, it's more about space. If you had a space that was set aside, that I'm not sleeping in that space or whatever, it's set aside from my normal living quarters, and I can do organics, and even if it has a little bit of smell or whatever, although mine never did have anything awkward here, even though I have a 140-gallon soil bed going. um it's not for everybody, right? So you have to choose your weapon. You have to choose which growing method is right for you. So if you're stuck in a small space and you still want to grow, you might want a small tent, and you might want to go with uh um rock wool, or you want to go with any of the other inert media that you can do some sort of salt-based feeding with, and you can manage your ppms and all that stuff, and geek out and do all the good things that you have to do as a grower to make it happen under those circumstances, right? DWC is another thing that works in a small space, and Weed Nerd DWC, or Crack Babies DWC as we know him, would be another guy that would come on here and say, well, for him, for his particular situation, that's the best thing he could do. And it is, because it's clean, and it's maintained at a certain, it's maintained to a certain degree of perfection, where he can grow in that space where he's got what he's got given. But if you've got a longer term thing where you're like, well, I bought a house and I'm going to be here for 30 fucking years, and I've got this space that I can grow in, well, I would say, please try to go organic. Try to go organic, because it makes your life easier. Okay. We're not, okay, this is not rocket science. We're not going to the moon. We're growing a weed. Ladies and gentlemen, this plane is not leaving terra firma. Okay? We're growing a weed. The weed will grow as long as it has what it needs to grow. Okay? So you want to give it the environment that it needs. So if you have that space, do what I did. My last grow, what I did was I went build the soil 100%. Hats off. Jeremy, God bless you, bro. You put out some good shit, bro. I bought 2 of their take and bake, build the soil mixes. I mixed them up separately in 70-gallon bags. And then I mixed the 2 70-gallon bags. No, it was more like 90-gallon bags. And then I mixed the 2, which were 70 gallons each. I mixed them together for 140 in a 4x4 bed, right? Total work was 1 day to mix, and I let them sit for 2 weeks after that just to get the melange going together. And I had a nice formation of mycelium at the top, and I basically mixed the 2 of them together. I cover cropped them with a 12 seed mix, and I essentially let that cover crop come up. And once the cover crop came up, I chopped and dropped. And then once they came up a little bit again, I put 9 plants in that space that you saw. I actually cut 2 of them down because they were males. They were back seeds. The others, I knew what they were. The others were not 100% sure what they were. So I had to call them. But there were 9 originally in that 4x4 and wound up with 7 full plants. Probably around 2.5 pounds at the end, I think, dried. That's my guesstimate. Yeah, so I went full organic. I never did anything with hydroponics or anything like that. It just never made sense for me because of my time constraints and because I didn't want to baby the plants. You know what I mean? I kind of like what I told DWC, was that I trust nature, right? So I want nature to do the work, not me, right? Like I want to do whatever I can, obviously, but beyond all that, let nature do what it does.
I was thinking that very same sentiment as I was watching out the window today when I had when I had a second, was washing my hands, was watching the girls out the window there in the earth boxes, shaking, just shaking in the sun. I swear, light breeze, they were just like this in the sun. And I'm like, oh, they look so happy. You know what I mean? They did too. They just looked, they were praying, they were practically dancing in the sun, and it just looked right. I actually wish I could do more outdoor grow, so hopefully at some point in the future try some, a nice little plot. But yeah, I definitely nature and soil. I appreciate it more and more as I go on. I'm glad I made the switch, but I slightly miss my cocoa. I slightly miss the cocoa, but I appreciate the soil 100%. And just, slipping down that organics road, man, you learn about a lot about yourself as you learn about that soil. I've done that quite a bit, man. There's a lot of good things that come out of the soil for sure.
Absolutely. I think just from the perspective, if you think about the roots of a plant, right? The roots of a plant, they go into the ground and they branch out, right? Just like the branches of the tree, the roots branch out under the ground, right? But they also have little hairs on them, right? And if you think about your gut has you think about your gut and you think about a bunch of little tubes, right? But inside the tubes are a bunch of little folds, and inside the folds are what? Microbes. What do you think are in the folds of the roots? Microbes, right? So the same thing that goes on inside your stomach happens inside of the workings of a plant under the ground, right? So they're communicating with the with the microbiology in the soil, and your stomach, actually your digestive system, is mostly a bunch of microbes that are doing the work. So actually you have I think you have almost equal amount of microbes in your body that you have actual human cells. So you know, organics just kind of makes sense. Although I can understand, like, see, I can understand a grower from your perspective, where you came from the old school, where you were like, okay, I've got CMH lights, or I've got whatever double-ended this and that, and I've got bottled newts, and all I've got to work with is some perlite and some cocoa. What can I do with this? Can I make a fucking living? Right? Right? And even though it cost you money, what you came out with at the end was worth it, because you knew that you had the recipe down to do that particular thing, right? So if you're making money, okay, if it's a money-making enterprise, let me make it clear to you guys, okay? I'm not going to start to argue with anybody about what's better and what's not better. It's all about what you're looking to do. For me, Big Daddy Doc Vapor, right? Big Papa. Daddy Doc. Daddy Doc doesn't want any fucking I don't want any chemicals in my shit. I'm already almost 50 fucking years old. And I just want the organic goodness, bro. I don't want any weird shit. I don't want any chemicals. I don't want any colors. I don't want something pink and something purple and some shit that I have to mix that looks funky. How about something clear that looks like fucking water that I water my shit with, and that's it, bro? You know what I mean? That's it. So, like, that's what I'm going for as a grower. I'm going for the au natural, baby. And really, honestly, that's all I want. I just want to grow some quality stuff that I can be happy with, that'll smack the shit out of me, like this shit has been. Bro, I only took one hit. What the fuck is up with your show, bro? If I'm on your show, I don't smoke. I can watch your show and smoke all fuck. But if I'm on here, I'm flapping my gums and I'm not smoking. I need to smoke. Give me 30 seconds, bro. 30 seconds. I love you.
I love you too, man. Please smoke. Please smoke. It's a must. It's a cannabis show. I often feel guilty as I sit here and listen to all these stories, and I'm just sitting here just cheaping away. Last night during Cousin Nikolai, man, I literally caught myself in the camera and like all clouded up. You know what I mean? And I was sitting there thinking, man, this guy deserves a break. So take your break. Puff away, my friend. Puff away. Would have been a good time for the day of
Hold on one second, bro. I'm gonna put on a slideshow here, and then we'll be back.
You know, I was as far as like the gut microbes there, I was watching a thing there from a quick little clip from Bruce Lipton there, who was saying that our appendix, what we always thought really didn't have much of a function, was our gut biome reset. That there was like a sample of what our gut biome should be, and it was stored in our appendix there. So when our gut needed a reset, it just kind of secreted the proper microbes out there. I didn't mean to interrupt your slideshow. Cheers, that.
I'll be right back, brother. Just give me 1 minute. I need to my back teeth are floating, my brother.
Take care. Cheers, everybody in chat. Hopefully, you guys are having a great night. Cheers. I grew some weed nerd, DWC, Druzilla, Hillbilly, herb grower. Of course, Angel Side Piece. Nice to see you in chat again this evening. I'm glad you found the show. Blind Cat, if I haven't mentioned you, I kill. Always nice to see you back in chat, my friend. Supreme Grape. I don't know what's up with the Jesus thing tonight, but cheers to you. Bill 57 Matt. Cheers to you. And nice to see you, Buddha Boy. Always a pleasure, my friend. Brent, how you doing? What are you guys smoking on this fine Thursday evening? It's dab time. Should be sneaking in the dab song. He said 12, 14. 13 seats. I missed what conversation. Question to everybody. What do you feel the first seed at for regular at 10, 12, or 14? Baker's dozen 13. 13. That way you can pop 10, put 3 up, and then hopefully out of the 3 you pop in the back up, you get a couple of good things. Your odds are better. You get at least one female out of the 2 out of the 3. That's what I'm guessing. 13 or 14 Florida dogs. That is my answer. Some Ghost OG Shatter. Woo! That's gotta be some get up and do some shit. Lemon Stilton. Ooh, that's been a minute since I've had some of that. Some Jilly Lime Rosin. Sounds pretty good. Black Grape Stomper Dabs. Oof, that sounds pretty fucking good as well. Ice Cream Cake, 73 micron bubble. Oh, I'm definitely jealous of that. Man, definitely jealous of that. Some blue lime pine sauce. Ooh, that sounds really, really good. Mr. Smiley, lucky that you bred pill on that. But
What
E
up, my homie?
kilowatts, cheers. What up? You feel a little better, my friend?
Oh, thank you. My bladder thanks you, sir. These pictures are from the last grow, by the way. So if you're, wondering what the hell I'm showing you, it's my latest that you saw hanging is what is the compilation of.
Definitely some nice looking ladies there filling up that double scrag well.
Let me run that again. I'll run that again while I talk.
Yeah,
So.
because now you're here to tell us a little bit what we're looking at.
Yeah, so this was just when I flipped the flower and they started showing bud. So before I put the second layer of trellising on. And this was like, I mean, that's how bushy it got, like in the stretch. And they were beautiful the whole way through. They were not like, causing any sort of trouble. Here, I'll stop it. I'll go one at a time. Hold on. I'll go through it. So this was what we were watching, right? Let's see. All right, so this one is probably like Amnesia Haze. Oh no.
How'd you like that Amnesia, or have you this your first or second run with it?
No, it was good. I did Amnesia before. I did Critical Kush before as well. I like both of them actually. Both are different though. One is more of a berry kind of interesting, like the Amnesia tends to be like a berry kind of flavor that I can't even put my finger on. This one's Critical Kush. You can see it's very, very sativa-ish. Is that visible at all? Yeah, it's visible. Okay.
Yeah.
This one is Northern Lights skunk mix. Northern Lights 5 with skunk. Early days. It's like maybe week 3, 4. Let me see, what day did it? Yeah, this was May 14th. So it was a solid month ago. Yeah. This was the gelato. You can see that it was already getting frosty even at that time. So this was May 14. This one's Critical Kush for sure. That's Amnesia Haze here. And this was on May 14th. And then just make sure. Let me see. Oh, this is Afghani. And I mean, she came out super frosty. You'll see if I go through it, right? This
Already
is
got a nice little
gelato.
purple hue to her.
Yeah, this is gelato.
She nice stack.
Right? It does have a nice stack. And she got huge. I mean, she was probably maybe 3.5 feet wide by probably 4.5, 5 feet tall, because she was as tall as I was, looking into the tent. You can see the top of her is at the top of that viewing panel kind of. But you can see, so this is what it looked like this is GDP, this is Granddaddy Purps in the front. The Gorilla Glue in the middle, the gelato in the back, Northern Lights in the side here, Critical Kush on the side on the right side, and then on the back I had the Amnesia Haze and the Afghani in the back, but I'll show you guys in a sec. So that's what it looked like when it was starting to bud out.
I've always had people ask me, when growing multiple strains in a tight space like that, does it make all your cannabis smell the same? You know what I mean? I
No,
actually
it don't.
think it works the opposite. I think they kind of like work against each other to make their terps just a little stronger.
Yeah, I don't think they miss a beat on their own. Like they express what they are as a plant. If one's the Granddaddy Purps with the linalool, overtones and all that. Yep, you get that. And if you grow something else in there, it'll have its own overtones for whatever terps that it comes in as. And actually, I think them having the roots touch each other and interrelate with each other probably makes a bigger difference than we give them credit for, honestly. In the grand scheme of things, I think the exudates from one plant to the other, that whole mycorrhizal, weirdly enough, it's kind of like that movie Avatar, right? Where you're talking about Mother Earth and having all the plants talking to each other and all that like sci-fi vision of things. I'm kind of pulling for that. because I think they talk to each other and they'll give each other whatever they need and all that stuff. So once again, I'm all for trusting nature and um, if you have the freedom, if you have the ability, like I urge people, if you have the ability to have a free space to put some dirt down and put some seeds down, please do. It's the most therapeutic thing you can do for yourself on the face of the planet. I swear to God.
I agree. I agree with you 100%. Still looking beautiful. Still looking beautiful.
So this was May 28th. So I chopped them June 11th. So we're getting close to the end here.
Like the fact that you're obviously not afraid to let it ripen on the vine a little bit, go into its senescence.
Oh wait, hold on.
You know what I mean?
I'll show you the. Okay, we'll go through them again. Hold on. I'll get to May 28th again. Hold on. Sorry, bro. I apologize. Okay. So this is Gorilla Glue, right? May 28th. And supposedly it's Gorilla Glue. But pardon me, well, I'll let you guys pontificate on that. You know who Stoney said that he grew jilly glue. Is that right? Maybe that's what he grew, and he said that it looked very much like that as a Gorilla Glue. So maybe this was May 28th.
Any of the Gorilla Glue that I've ever grew out, or any crosses that I've ever seen, Gorilla Glue with, were really looked foxtaily. Towards the end of flower there, that was like a dead giveaway for me for the GG4s, the foxtaily kind of looking bugs. That's just me. I'm not there smelling it, or I haven't consumed it, but
But
for
again,
me,
don't
that's
forget,
always a telltale.
I pulled it at 9 weeks, and on the seed packs they said that it could go to 10, but I just didn't have the time to, to wait. I could have waited another week for sure, and it would have gotten foxtaily for sure, because you can see, look, this is May 28th. I'll show you the end so you can see the later pictures as well. I do have some later ones. How about the gelato? This is the gelato that I have. And fuck me. What are you doing? Here we go. For me, it looks kind of like the green pheno of the gelato, that 33, the Larry Bird pheno, because it doesn't really perp out too much, And then this was Critical Kush for sure. It was very pretty.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah.
And this is Amnesia Haze for sure. And this is the Afghani again. But it's so pretty. This particular one I find just captivatingly pretty.
Me too. Yeah, that is a good looking flower. That's one of the things I've always appreciated about cannabis, was how the strains and the flowers can vary so much, be so, so beautiful. It's an amazing plant.
So these are the ladies that are supposedly going out into the ground, supposedly. Tomorrow or the day after.
They're off to a good start.
They're much bigger actually than they are in these pictures. This was May 29th. So yeah, they're probably more than a foot taller, I think, at this point. I'll show you. I used my truck to move them from one place to the other. So. What do you think this is? Huh? It's a fucking train wreck. It looks like a fucking train wreck. Look at it. It's not uniform. It's a train wreck. This is a train wreck right here. Train wreck. 100% train wreck. It's a Mendo 2020 train wreck. In this mix, you've got something good from Mendo 2020. You've got glue sniffers from Mendo 2020. You have also got the train wreck from Mendo 2020, and you also have something good from Mendo 2020, which is their 2020 winner of their whatever outdoor grow that they had. And then I also have a bag seed that I'm pretty sure is female. Bag seed from the ones that the two that I cut from the other grow from the 9 that I cut out that were males. Well, this one is female, and from what I understand, it's should be fire, but it's a bag seed, so who knows. And there they are. Now, if you look at them now, they're sitting in my little solarium there. They're probably almost double the size today that they were in this picture. So, yeah. Let's see. What else do we have? That's my first dab rig, sir, that I picked up in Maine. Shout out to Meristem. I drove literally 1,200 miles round trip just to go and visit Meristem and Blue up in Maine. And I don't know what anybody else has to say, but they grow some fire over there, buddy. If you haven't tasted Maine yet, I would suggest you fucking do, because it ain't all Cali, baby. I gotta tell you, there's some terps and flavors happening in Maine that I've never tasted out of Cali in 30 years. So I can tell you, when Blue says their herb has an umami, it sure fucking does have an umami, man. It's got a flavor that you just can't explain, man. You can taste Maine if you've been to the coast and you've been to the ocean and you've smelled that salt air and you've had that shellfish and you've eaten the food, and you can kind of like really kind of, that umami comes through, bro. Holy fuck, dude. Yeah. So anyway, that's my first dab that I took out of this rig. It was something called false teeth. It was a batter. And not for nothing, bro, when I smoked that, dude, I felt like I had false teeth, like my teeth were fucking loose in my cranium. It was fucking nuts. I never felt anything like it. It was the first time I ever dabbed. So it was, let's see, what day was that? May 30th of this year. I've never done a dab until May 30th of this year.
So how'd you like it? Did you become an instant fan? Or I mean, man, as much as I love the high of a dab, man, it's tough on these old lungs.
Yeah, I still prefer my bong and flower. And even if I do hit the dabs or whatever, the concentrate, I prefer to put it on top of the flour just a little bit and then burn that off, and then just continue chiefing on the flower through the end. But honestly, I try not to really go too crazy with the dabs. I've taken literally 3 cold start dabs my entire life until today. And all the other ones have been, just basically putting it on top of some herb and burning that in my bong. It's a little harsh. And to be honest, like that, I don't think you really need 81% or 76% THC or whatever. I think that's a little too much for any human being to be consuming on a regular basis. I think once in a while it's a lot of fucking fun, but when you're done coughing your lungs out after one of those hits, I think you're like, okay, I think I'll go back to my joint. Thank you so much, and my bong hits or whatever the fuck it is. But yeah, no, it's a okay. I think there's a difference between collecting your trichomes and making your own hash and smoking that versus smoking some heavy duty extract that's been put through whatever process that they've put it through, whether it's BHO or whatever extract process that you want to think about. If you're going to collect your trichomes and press them into hash, or just save the trichomes and just fucking smoke a little bit of trichomes on, add a little bit to your, bowl or to your weed, to your joint or whatever, that's perfectly cool with me. But I'm not sure it's necessary to go to 80%, bro. I mean, really, it's how much higher can you get, my homie? Really, like at some point it just becomes too much, I think. And do you have to show off to somebody or something? Like, is it really necessary for you to be smoking that high percentage of a THC extract? Are you missing out on anything in that process? Is anything lost in the process? Are you losing any cannabinoids? Are you I mean, I think RSO is probably the purest thing you can get, and maybe just straight, trichome heads, if you can collect them and purify that and just smoke that, without any other additives or chemicals or chemical processes. I think that might be the best thing, and that's what I'm trying to hope to go to. I want to get RSO going because I need to for myself and for my wife, I think. So that was that false teeth.
I gotta agree with you on the extract thing there. To me, I think, that high THC label there, we're just getting a little bit off base, it takes me in one direction, and that's anxiety. If I keep going dab, 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 I think, and we lose so much through that process of extraction. You know what I mean? That's the bummer. I like to keep it a little more full spectrum. That's why I enjoy my flowers so much. But yeah, I enjoy it. I enjoy my bubble hash, that's for sure. On top of a bowl and a joint. And I appreciate other people's work like that, but I don't like the dabs constantly. I'm right there with you. Throw it on some flour, throw it in a joint.
That's a GDP, by the way. And for whatever reason, it always blurs out the top. And then you're looking at this beautiful trichome thing over here. Look at it. And it's all organics. I didn't put anything weird in there. I mean, honestly, I can probably rattle off everything that I used in this grow. I can, yeah, here it is. This is beautiful, actually. This was June 2nd. Not bad. This was 9 days before chop. And if you look at this is GDP. And if you look at the structure, it's doing that classic fucking, the spiral going around the stem. And this was so like the internodal spacing on this, if you have like tight spaces, this plant would be perfect. I mean, it doesn't go much beyond what you see here. Maybe 3.5 feet tall and trichomed as fuck. I mean, look at that shit. You can't even front. It's almost 9 days before chop, and it's frosty as fuck. Right? And I put nothing on this stuff. No artificial shit, nothing, bro. I think this is Gorilla Glue, pretty sure. Yep. Yeah. I can probably find some
right there.
Oh, here? Yeah. This
Yeah.
this was June 2nd, right? And like you said, it kind of gets foxtaily and it shoots out and it gets really fat at the top, and it's kind of like, yeah, seems like it, right? Weird. It even had some pink pistils on it, which was weird.
Yeah, she's definitely looking a little more foxtail, you know.
This is the Northern Lights skunk mix. I think this was one of the prettiest ones. This bud particularly, look at that. It's just so unique. I've never seen anything like that.
Taking on the distance too.
What's that?
Natural. I said, shout out to you for taking them the distance, getting that natural swell out of them. A lot of people don't like to see their hairs get that color while the flower's still standing. I'm like, that's good though. Nice job. Nice job there.
And this was still June 2nd, so it's still 9 days before chop, right?
That's purple hue there. That's red.
And it's under white lights, so it's not under, weird lights or anything like that.
Is this under the Diablo? The HLG Diablo?
Actually, no. Actually, I switched. So I have the Diablo I'm using as my veg light now. And this was done under Think Grow Model H, 8-bar LED. And I bought a ultraviolet replacement bar for, swapping out for the last, I guess, 4 weeks of flower, a little bit of UV thrown in there. So this was June 2nd still, but you can see it's already senescent, kind of. Right? You can see the senescence going into these. Yeah, this is Critical Kush, starting to foxtail out a little bit because it's a shorter flowering varietal than the rest, so it's starting to really fade on here. June 2nd. I'll go through it quick. Yeah, this is, oh yeah. What day is this? June 2nd. Keep going. Let's see. June 2nd still. June 9th. All right, there we go. So June 9th, we were a little bit fatter and fuzzier and more faded, as you can see. Start getting all the fading going in the leaves and whatnot. And I'm not controlling ppms or anything. They're just doing that on their own, right? So the senescence is coming without a flush. It's just happening, right? And it's pretty much universal across the plants. All of them kind of started having that. Even the Even the GG4 had it in here. But you can see it really started getting buddy on the 9th. And that's about it, guy, you know? So this was chop day, choppy chop. Opened it all up. This was the gelato, basically taking up like almost 1/3 of the space there. And yeah, lots of bud, big bud. That was the GG4 in the middle by itself. And that's everything hanging after I chop.
Definitely a nice little run there for sure.
And then a little bit drier still. That was on Monday this week. And then you saw, I showed it to you guys earlier. So yeah. Yeah, that's, I mean, realistically, that's really the best run I've had, you know, and I've done everything else in like 7-gallon pots when I've floured them out. So
Great job. So do you have an in particular favorite breeder that you stick with, or do you just go with whatever sounds good?
you know what, to be honest with you, because of the precarious, I guess, uncertain situation that was here in New York before, right? I didn't know whether it would be a good idea or not to whether it would be a good idea or not to even grow, you know. So I've had only my experiences have been backseed, right? And then from the backseed, I would go to this Euro whatever company that was selling things here online, right? That I bought a bunch of seeds from. So I bought from them the GDP, I bought the Durban Poison, I bought the Critical Kush, the Amnesia Haze, the Gelato, and all of that from them, right? Including the Northern Lights and everything else. So I have like a dozen strains, you know, that were probably feminized somewhere in Spain or in the Netherlands or somewhere like that, and then shipped here. Who knows, right? But looking at what I have as options right now, I went to the hydro store, and I was surprised. You know, actually, it was probably January of this year. I went to buy some fans, or no, actually I needed RO. That's what I wanted. I wanted an RO system. So I went to the hydro store, and I bought a small RO system that probably makes about 5 gallons in about 2 hours, you know, 4 gallons in about 2 hours. Nothing too expensive. It's just your standard thing. But when I went up to the counter, I saw that they had Mendo 2020 seeds, and they had what's the other one that's really famous these days?
So many.
No,
So
it's a big one. It's one of the big lots of fruity flavors.
Irie Genetics, maybe.
No.
Think of,
No,
it's got
I'm
some
not talking
fruities.
lemon Jeffrey. I'm talking all these other crazy things. Ethos. So they
Ah.
had Ethos genetics seeds, and they had Mendo 2020, and they had something else. So I was like, I know for a fact that that the Mendo boys like to grow their shit outdoors and they like to do a lot of the crosses outdoors. And I'm like, well, maybe it'll be a good thing for me to look into some of that. So what do you got? So they said, well, most of their stuff will do good outdoors. So that's what I'm going to try to do. So that's why I have the train wreck from the Mendo 2020 guys. I also have that something good. I also have that glue sniffer. And the glue sniffer is probably the one that's going to do the best. And then, of course, you got the train wreck. And, you know, that's going outdoors, but I'm going to snip them from the top first. I'm going to take their apical meristem and rob them of that. And I'm going to clone them, and they're going to get stuck into the 4x4, earth bed for the next run indoors. So we'll see whatever we get out of the outdoor, we'll get out of the outdoor. And if we don't get anything good, we'll get something from the indoor. So that's my plan. But so far, I've got probably about 2.5 pounds of stuff drying downstairs. So that's going to last me through the next grow. I'm pretty certain of that. Fairly happy about that, actually. I was stressed the fuck out before. Hey, listen, not every day you take a 1,200-mile trip in less than 48 hours to go and get yourself some yummy chiba and some good food from Maine, dude. We got the best lunch, my son and I. Holy shit, dude. Oh boy. If you're ever up there, guys, Beals. Go to Beals. You will love it. It's been there for, I don't know, 90 plus years or some shit. It's just when you eat the food there, you know, hey, okay, that's why they've been here. So yeah. And just where Meristem is, where they located, that place is beautiful. So you guys got to go and check them out. Blue of Green Tank. He's a cool dude.
So what do you think that makes the Maine cannabis so special? Is it the East Coast wind, the salt in the air? What do you think it is?
No, I
Makes
think
that
it's the
cannabis so
amendments.
special?
I think it's the amendments, man. They're using, well, it might be multiple things. It might be that salt breeze. It might be some of that, but I think it also has to do with the amendments that they're using, that they're getting a lot of stuff, like lobster and kelp and crab meal and all those things that are from the area. I'm sure they're using a lot of that stuff too. So, and you can actually taste the difference. Like, there's a dankness to it. You know what I mean? Like, the first few times when you try it, you're like, holy shit, this thing it's tasting like orange, but it's also got another something to it. There was something they gave me, was something called Alaskan orange tree. And that shit was fucking, it's so dank, my bro. I finished smoking it a week ago. I can open that bag right now and smell that bag. It'll stink just like it did before, when there was weed in there. Like, it's that dank. Another thing I smoked from them was Lazy Dog. Another thing was something New Lime, was dank as fuck. Orange juice, I don't know. That thing was just, when you took that first hit, it's like orange juice, man. So the first thing we got from them when I walked out, he's like, all right, you're going to need something when you leave from here. You're not going to be trying to fumble around and roll something. He's like, here, I got you. Pre-rolls. Pre-roll of this and a pre-roll of that. So I got 2 pre-rolls. We smoked the fucking orange juice, half of that, me and my son, bro. Wrecked. Holy fuck. Terp fucking nation, dude. And it tasted like oranges. It was beautiful. And it was such a good high too, man. We took a walk. We bought some fucking pastries for mom for her birthday. We fucking went back and smoked the other half and then got some food on the way back. Oh boy. I don't know, man. I don't know. Cannabis drives you to do things, and I drove to get cannabis. Yep.
Nice. There's nothing wrong with that, man. There's nothing wrong with that. I know a lot of people in this here community have drove a long fucking way for cannabis and just to hang out with some cool cannabis people, man. Fucking, that's awesome. I definitely appreciate that, and you appreciate it so much when you get there, and you, as I can tell when you talk about your experience there.
Yeah, I mean, I got to give him props, man. I showed up out of the blue. I never hit the guy up on Instagram or anything blue, and I never gave him any indication I was coming out there or anything like that. And he actually took the time to come out and talk to me and point me to his best stuff. And here, take this. I know it's only says 18% THC on it, but don't worry about it. And I'm like, bro, I'm sure there's stuff in here that's 15% that'll knock your dick in the dirt. Don't worry about it, brother. Just hand me the best shit you got. I just want some tasty, good shit. I don't want no fucking cardboard, please. I want some tasty stuff. Thank you. Is that so bad, bro? Like, I literally told him that. I said, I just want your best. I don't care if it costs me $1,000, it costs me $800. Just give me whatever you got at your legal limit, and let me get the fuck out of here so I can fucking enjoy. because I'm not gonna be able to harvest for another 3 weeks, and I ain't got shit left. So it's a 1,200-mile trip to Maine. It is, because I wanted to check it out, because he was on your show, and because fucking guy is he's convincing. He's like,
awesome.
He's like, dude, I got it. I got the organic grow down, and I think he does. And the people that he selects, that he sells their wares, have the organic growing down. Like, I think it was Sweet Earth or something. Hold on. Stoner has the fucking packs here. Here it is. Can you see that?
Sweet dirt.
Yeah, Sweet Dirt. So this was what the fuck was this shit? Hold on.
I actually tried a new cultivar.
Yeah, this was the lazy
today
dog. This was the lazy dog, right? But the lazy
was it
dog,
true to his name?
hell yeah, dude.
Did it make you a lazy dog?
It's only 21%. Hell yeah, dude. It's 21%, right? 21% THC. But let me tell you, dude, it does put you on your ass, man. It should be the last thing you smoke that day.
I almost think that them testing results right there are still probably still accurate, to be honest with you. I think cannabis realistically isn't still in the lower numbers that, they're hyping the numbers to some point. I think a lot of times these companies are being pushed to give higher and higher numbers, and I think they're actually almost higher numbers for higher. You know what I mean? It's getting to that point where you know, some of these bigger scale growers will shop around. Oh, you're not going to give me that high THC number? Well, you ain't got my business. I'm going to go take all my testing up the road. You know what I mean? And I think they're almost blackmailed into that higher number. Some of these testing
Oh,
companies
fuck
are.
yeah.
There's,
Oh, fuck
you know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
It's just like a competition to the top, right? But then once you've scaled Everest, right? How much higher can you go, right? You can only go to the moon. Okay, from the moon you can go to Mars, but I mean, what are you gonna have? I mean, 100% THC is what? Like, okay, so I bought something that had 82% THCA, right? It was the crystals, the THC crystals. So it's like literally fairy dust, right? So when you smoke that, you're like, woo, yeehaw, cowboy, right? But it doesn't really have the terpenes, right? So like I'm sitting on the same bowl that I started an hour ago. I took like 2 or 3 puffs and I'm wrecked off my face because it's just terpy and it's powerful shit. I don't even know. I grew it myself, so I'm shocked myself. You know, like when the first time that you grow some fire shit and you actually smoke it and you go, "Oh shit, that's fire, dude." Like, and I've been so harsh on myself every fucking other time, that I grew anything. I've always been like, "Oh, that's not good enough." It's not good enough. It's not good enough. Well, you know what? This time it's actually fucking good enough, bro. And for that, I thank the community because I learned a lot from you guys. Like, Smiley drops a ton of fucking knowledge every fucking time he's on your show, right? He's always trying to get something going on the organic discussion or something. And so I admire that. Like, he's always trying to push for that. So like I'm always trying to get some new information, some new insight into, like, either whether it's genetics or whether it's expression of the plant, or whether it's, oh, is it a phenotypical expression, or whether it's a genotypical expression. Is it the genes that are expressing, or is it the environment that's expressing something in the plant, like you had with your uncovered great and covered great, right? With your terpenes, you were looking for pine, but you were getting dragon fruit or
Dragon
whatever
fruit.
it was. Yeah. So like, um clearly I've been paying attention, so sorry about that. uh, uh, that's
No,
that's one of
environment.
my faults, man. I tend to not forget stuff. um it's a blessing and a curse at the same time. um a lot of times I told my son that I've been smoking pot for all these years, trying to dial it down, if it makes any sense to you, bro. Because for me, everything goes so fast. Like, in my head, everything moves so quickly that I need to slow things down to bring it to human level, I think. And it's worked.
I mean, the gardens that place, man. I can smoke some pot, and sometimes it just feeds to the chaos that goes in my head. But honestly, the garden actually, when I'm, scanning over the canopy and looking at my plants, it's about one of the best times for the slowdown in my mind.
Oh, 100%. No, maybe I didn't 100% express myself fully. um the act of growing and taking care of a plant will 100% impact the way you think about what you put in your own body on a daily basis. you know I think whether that be food or drink or whatever it is, you're going to think about it, because you're going to be like, well, I'm feeding my plants the best things I can give them. So why can't I feed myself the best things I can feed myself, right? So 100%. The growing should help you as a human being. Oh boy, I know. Oh, I know. I know that feeling, buddy. Um,
Ooh,
yeah,
that one got
as a
me.
grower, you should feel that, like, you know, that it's a benefit to you. You know what I mean? If 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 you're taking care of something from seed, right? You're not just buying a clone that somebody grew out or whatever. You're taking it from seed, and you're growing it in a solo cup, and you're doing the cupping cup method, the clear cup inside the red cup, and then you're just marking on the cup what you put in that cup, and you put, literally, you should start with the soil you intend to grow that plant in, at least for the beginning, unless you intend to ramp up the nutrition, for flower when you up pot. But if you have a certain, type of soil that you want to grow in, and just start the seed in there, put a little divot into the middle of the cup, when you put the soil in there, like halfway, like a quarter inch, maybe that size. You can use a marker, put a little divot in there, drop the seed in, cover it up nicely, spray a little water on there. That's it. Nothing harsh, just real gentle, and put it into a dome and let it sit there, and it will sprout. I guarantee you, 48 hours maximum, 24, 48 hours. I've seen it go to 72. If it goes beyond 72, it's probably a lost cause. That's all I got to say, in my experience. And I've had literally 95% pop rate on my plantings, just doing that. 95%. No paper towels, no prayers, no vitamins, no hocus pocus, no mambo jumbo, just, a clear cup of solo, a clear solo cup with some dirt in it, with some good dirt, good stuff, and you're good. Nothing too heavy duty, obviously. You don't want to put like some, some of Subcool's heavy duty baked shit, where he's like, oh yeah, when you put the plant in there, it better be this big before you fucking throw it in there. Yeah, well, obviously, because a small plant wouldn't be able to take that nutrition, but within reason, right? So if you've got a reasonable amount of nutrition in there, you're good. Redirect my thoughts, my brother.
I like to use my old soil to do what you're talking about there. You know, start the babies in. I definitely
Yeah,
appreciate the solo cup and the bury them up method there as they come up. I find that a good tip too for seed starting is to pre-moisten that soil before you make your little divot there and drop your seed. That way, when you do moisten the soil for the first time, you're not driving that seed straight down further for it to struggle. As far as the 72 hours thing, I've seen some go as far as 10 days. Older seeds, even some fresh seeds. Some fresh seeds can take sometimes a little bit longer to germinate. You'd think that they would be first bang, but if they're still somewhat green, if you will, haven't been properly dried before they were sent out, they could take a little bit longer. But 3 days, 72 hours is about the dream right there. I'm usually definitely looking for day 3 for some kind of action.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta be honest with you. I've used the same method all along, so I've deviated very little from my planting method, other than moving from, that weird composite, whatever it is, that grid, to solo cups. And I think the solo cup is a far superior method to sprout your seeds, because you actually have a volume that can support that seedling um, up to probably about a foot tall, 10 inches tall. You're good. You're you're more than good in that. And then if you're going into a soil bed like I am, I went straight from the solo cup right into the soil bed. So like that that transition was like one transplant, one transplant up. You know what I mean? You can't really beat that. You know what I mean? For the amount of for work effort or whatever, you can't beat that. To be able to go from a solo cup into a 4x4 bed with 9 plants and come out with 3 pounds, 2.5, 3 pounds of finished product at the end. Okay, you go ahead and tell me that you can do better with less effort, and I'll say bullshit, bro, because I was literally watering those things like maybe 3 or 4 days, once every 3 or 4 days, literally. And I was using no inputs really, other than their something called Rootwise mycorrhiza, which is like a microbial inoculant that Build the Soil recommends for like veg, basically. And then they also have another like a biophos, also another inoculant, which is a microbe that pulls phosphorus into the plants more readily. That's the only thing that I really used. And in addition to that, I used this quiaya, or whatever it's called. It's like a saponin, a wetting agent, to allow the moisture to spread evenly throughout the soil, because sometimes you tend to have pockets of dry and not so wet, whatever. This stuff kind of spreads everywhere. So I think that also helped a lot, realistically. Because that's really all I used. The only other additive that I used was like, I think, dried coconut milk powder. And I was putting that like maybe every 3 weeks during veg and every 2 weeks during flower. Oh, and the other thing was some enzyme. It's another Rootwise product, some enzymes that go with the microbes. So every time I would do the microbes, I would do the enzymes too. But it was every 3 weeks, I think. I didn't really overkill on the microbes.
You cut off at a certain point. I
Um,
mean, it's a living soil bed, but if I were in cocoa, I would cut off, week 1, week 2 with any kind of microbe treatment. So in soil is there a certain point where you're like, I'll wait to re-inoculate until next run or something like that.
yeah, I mean, because this was the first run in the soil, I wanted to sort of follow the recipe, so called. So while I didn't, follow their recipe to a T, you know what I mean, the dosing, every 2 weeks, I was doing it maybe 3 weeks. Every 3 weeks I would throw a little bit of the microbes in there. So But the initial inoculation, which was the rootwise mycorrhiza, I think I only did that twice. The first time when I started the bake, and then when I planted the plants in there, I also inoculated them with that. And then when I flipped them to flower, because I had a relatively quick flip to flower from planting in there, I think it was maybe 3 or 4 weeks after that I flipped to flower already. So after that, I think I did maybe 2 inoculations of the biophos microbes, the phosphorus leaning microbes. I did that 3 times, I think, and that was it. And the only thing that I put on there was RO water, really. That's it. Yeah.
So do you do anything with the leftovers or the good stuff after you clean up your buds there? Do you make any kind of edibles or extracts?
Oh, I want to, man. Holy shit. I so want to, dude. I've not had enough biomass available to do like RSO or whatever, but I really need to do that because unfortunately I think my wife really needs it, and she's like, you know, being a naysayer about it, and like she's trying to like do everything else that she can, you know, but I think she needs it though. Because she's starting to get some bumps and whatnot in places where there shouldn't be any, and she doesn't trust the medical establishment. And honestly, I don't want to get your show flagged for saying some shit that I shouldn't say. So I think a lot of people don't trust them, and she doesn't want to have anything to do with them. And I mean, I agree with her on that, because I was able to do more for myself and more for my son and more for ourselves, you know, by ourselves, without any medical intervention than, you know, I mean, think about it. How many people do you know that lost 1/3 of their body weight?
That's a good fight for the, you know, a good reason for the cause right there.
Right.
I appreciate that. So do you relate it just to a certain strain or
No,
cannabis in general? Because there are some that are, you know, THC B, which is an appetite suppressant, you know, dominant. So do you think it was just cannabis in general, or one you just happen to have in the garden that just works really well for killing your appetite?
no. Well, I told you that I really like the Durban poison, and that's one that's heavy on THCV. So like, um, but I think it may not be everybody's cup of tea, right? Because when I first smelled it, when I first grew it, I thought it was very perfumey. You know, it smelled very perfumey to me, like a really like a flower. You know, as opposed to weed. You know, because you expect that skunky, gassy, dank. You know, but Durban poison was more like a literally like a flower, like a perfume, but it tasted slightly fruity and flowery at the same time. But it was more like it was more uppy. So it's definitely got more of that up high, up. It doesn't have that indica kind of heavier, you know, like what I've been smoking tonight. You know, it's been mostly indica shit. It's been gelato. It's been GG4, right? I haven't smoked anything sativa because I don't really have anything sativa right now that I can smoke. It's still nothing sativa leaning, and the most sativa leaning thing that I've smoked lately has been that Durban poison. And yeah, I think it does help, like suppress appetite or whatnot. But like I said before, I think just the fact of smoking and then going, well, I want to remain high for the next, whatever hour or whatever I can. So I'm not gonna eat anything or whatever. So you just take a puff here and there and you just prolong. So that's how you get into kind of using cannabis as not just a tool for alleviating pain, because I also went through surgeries and crap like that, and I didn't get into. Boy, it's easy to get squirrely, man. Can we get like a 9-hour show, bro? Because like 11:30 to 4:20 just won't cut it, man. I got a lot of shit to talk about, bro.
We're here. I'm here. I'm here. And that's why. Well, then, if we don't make it tonight, there's always the weed nerd world. So we come and hang out.
Holy shit, dude. We've been at it for almost 3 hours already, man. Kudos to you for putting up with my dumbass.
Oh man, I'm enjoying the journey so far, my friend.
Well, then let me grab a beer. Hold on 1 second. Hold on.
Cheers, everybody in chat. There's still, last I checked, there was 75 hanging out. Still 73 cool can of folks hanging out.
Wow, I really appreciate you guys, man. I'm sorry I was advised not to look at chat under any circumstances, because SoCal would be talking a lot of shit. So
oh, if SoCal had his way, this interview would be quite comical. He's been trying to get me to ask some fun stuff. He's been trying to get me to squirrel, yeah. I'll give him some credit. There's definitely some effort.
Oh, go for it, dude. Just let me hear some of it. Let me hear some of the bullshit that he's been trying to throw in there, because he's been threatening all kinds of things. Me and coming out of the closet, getting dressed in dresses, stuff like that. I mean, come on, SoCal, bring the heat, baby. You ain't got shit.
There was I believe at one point some comments about when you were walking through the dungeon and a maid somewhere. I don't know. I try at some point you gotta follow the vice. You can't watch too much. At some point you gotta look away. Go, oh, you fuckers. Because I have definitely, there's been a few episodes where I've actually had to like bite my cheek at some of the shit they were talking about in chat. You know what I mean? Gotta love chat. Gotta love chat. They're huge. They're the reason. They're huge reason why I do this the way I do this. I've tried to record episodes, and it's like it's weird. It's just not the same vibe. It feels like we're in. On my end, like a recorded effort is like me and you being in like a large theater, like auditorium, where all of our words like echo into like some dead seats. That's what it feels like when I record it. It's weird how that can fuck with your head, but yeah, I need chat. I need chat, to be honest, to do this.
Well, live is better for you, right? Because you're getting some feedback from chat, right? and not for nothing, a lot of times I can tell that the chat is really good, because your face, I can tell you're smiling about something else and you're holding it in and stuff. which is perfect, because that's exactly what it should be, because you're the host. You should have that, that key, But honestly, if folks have questions, just fire them at me. But listen, I'm not a tranny. I don't pretend to be a female on Friday nights or anything like that. No hose, no pantyhose.
You know what's funny was after that question there, chat definitely rolled for a few good minutes with laughters and more questions, and then your abrupt right turn with it. You know what I mean? You're like, who the fuck was it? Fuck that. You know what I mean? Chat was like, you don't want to talk about that. You know what I mean? It almost fed into it a little bit.
Oh man.
Oh yeah. Poor people, man. I say it all the time, man. Some of we talk about the friends we meet in high school and shit and lifelong friends, but some of the best people I've ever met all throughout my life have come through the cannabis community. This thing, I talk about being a weed nerd and mainly a lot of people through that. But I mean, throughout life, how many people have you met and smoked a joint with or met and then seen they smoked weed and was like, I knew you was a cool motherfucker. Come here. And you know what I mean? And it just kind of kicked off a really good relationship.
Oh, definitely.
And
definitely.
SoCal said,
100%.
fuck you. He's going to sleep. I just wanted to say, I wanted to relay that.
Oh, SoCal. I love you, baby. Fuck you too. Go fuck yourself.
Too funny. I didn't mean to squirrel.
No, it's okay. It's okay. I wanted to tell you about a few fun situations that I ran into, especially the first time that it was I actually tried LSD, man. And obviously psychedelics, fuck, man. The kids of today, they're ahead of us, man. My son beat me to it. He was 16, almost 16 when he did that shit. Holy shit. I'm sitting there going, what the fuck? I was fucking 19. I'm like, having LSD for the first time, and we went upstate, right? Into the woods.
Yeah.
It was a camping outing with a bunch of friends and whatnot, and we were waiting for others to show up, and my cousin, of course, the one that introduced me to the magical herb, brought along the tabs. So we split one half for me, one half for him. Man, an hour and a half later, a few blunts, right? A few joints, some beer. All of a sudden, we have some minor lighting, there was one light off on this building going off, and you're looking at some bushes like reflecting off onto some other structures, and it looks like those fucking things are alive. So I said to myself, there's no fucking way. How are they moving like that? It's like shadow figures moving in the distance, It was the weirdest fucking experience of my life, and it was probably one of the coolest too. I got so high actually that particular evening that I had the opportunity to go to town on a pretty cute chick, and I just couldn't, man. I was like, man, I'm gonna cheat myself out of something good here if I actually go forward with this, because I'm not gonna remember any of this shit.
I don't blame you.
Yeah.
Probably went there as well. It's funny, I've said this a bunch of times, a lot of my best experience have come from beautiful psychedelic chicks. It's weird. I would have, I never would have guessed, that just kind of happened to stumble through with a pocket full of acid and was like, "You want a trip?" And I was like, "Yeah, okay." Sure. But I'm definitely down with some I used to take some quite a bit of acid at one point. It was pretty regular. But man, I don't know with this day and age, with the internet and stuff like that, and then so many, DUI people or DIY people, there we go. I would almost be afraid for an LSD fad to come through because I think there would be so many people trying to become, closet chemists
Yeah, I'm not sure.
versus the mushrooms. I mean, look how fast mushrooms caught on now. It didn't take much to bring the mushrooms back around. Everybody was like, who's got that? I can do it myself. All right. It
But
spread
I can grow
just as fast as
mushrooms.
cannabis did
Woohoo!
to bring back. Yeah. I don't even have to do the same thing with cannabis. I ain't even got to see a guy. Nobody will know.
Right. And with mushrooms, it's even easier, right? Because it doesn't really give off that pungent smell. And I think the growth cycle is a lot faster too for mushrooms than for marijuana. You know, from what I understand, from a bloom to actually getting something, it's quite quick. Gus is like an expert at that shit. I don't even know. He does some expert level chemist shit with a normal fucking kitchen. I don't know how he does that shit. Honestly, it's pretty amazing. He amazes me.
He's a good dude.
Yeah, no, he does amaze me with the shit that he pulls off, that he's able to do. Yeah, it's like low tech, high tech, man. That's what I call that shit.
Happened to jump on the Gus bus yesterday. It was just happened chance. I was just kind of going through some laundry, get prepping for laundry, and I happened to find a handful of goodies left from Mendota, Michigan. I was like, Lord.
Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah, man.
Definitely fun times. It was a good meet, man. I tell you what, man. I met Gus one other time up in here in Clio, and you could tell, but he had a good energy for that first meet. It was fun to hang out around the campfire. That's again, man. I love these campfire weekend events. You know what I mean? It is so fun to just do the like circus almost, if you will. You know what I mean? The carnival atmosphere of cannabis. But it's funner to after you've hung out at the carnival or whatever. You know what I'm saying? To hang out around that campfire with a bunch of friends and just smoke
fuck
weed,
yeah.
tell stories. It's amazing times, man. That's what the cannabis community is all about, man. And so, yeah, I hope more and more, areas start more events like that. You know what I mean? I think that's what cannabis or people need. Just like, as you kind of pointed out, just fucking slow down. Just fucking slow down. Enjoy life.
Yeah, man. Enjoy life for sure, brother. I think you've been doing good. It was really good that you got out there and you had some people actually show up from that Mendo in the mitten event that you attended. So that's pretty cool, you know. Mr. Big Cloud was funny. That suit, you know, you can't even forget that blue suit with the clouds on it. Fucking crazy. The story with Mendo, you know, the what is it, the Mendo Loco, I think it was, right?
Mendo breath.
That well, Mendo Breath, right?
Mendo breath.
So right.
Mendo local is SoCal's.
Oh, it's Mendo Breath, right? So it's Mendo Breath. Okay, so the Mendo Breath story was pretty cool. How he basically got essentially robbed of it, essentially, which is pretty raw. Talk about a raw deal, right? But to still have that kind of impact on a community is pretty fucking cool. Yeah, for sure, 100%. Yep. As far as tell me.
Go ahead. I mean,
no, it's okay.
We were talking about the event there, and I just happened to be smoking some samples earlier. I almost cut it in earlier when we were talking about some different terps that we had, you know. And it was right around the time you were talking about Maine and some of the tasty new cannabis you had tried there. I had actually one of the ones that I had tasted that it was kind of, you know what I mean, was right here in this pack. There it is. And it was well, they were all good. And so far they've all been good. But I made it down to the raspberry beret today, and it was given to me. I don't want to. I'm terrible with names. I think we all know that. This is who gave it to me. Super great guy. Met his wife. Him and his wife. Super great people. And that raspberry beret was different. It was really good, man. It was kind of. I described it more as like it was like a raspberry lemonade. I think would have been a better term or description, because it had that like berry flavor to it, but it had like a lemon, like lemonade on the back end. It was really good.
Oh, that's awesome. That is awesome.
Yeah, it was. It was good. Shout out to you, brother. Good stuff.
That's a rare
I like,
one,
that's the thing I love about cannabis. Man, it's isn't that amazing how many different profiles, you know what I mean? How many times have you went, yeah, there can't be any new flavors and shit, and you were like, huh? And it's true to its name, you know what I mean? You're like, no shit.
I mean, have you ever had anything that was like literally like a biting into a fucking hamburger with onions and tomato and fuck? Yes.
No.
Yes.
That'd be good though.
No, there was one that I actually got that tasted like a fucking burger with onions and meat, and I don't know, was it a Donny burger or something weird like that? Does that sound familiar? Donny burger?
Well, that could be. Well, there is a Donny burger, obviously, but it's supposed to be very good, but I've never had it myself as far as
like it was meaty. It was meaty. And there was something called like a meat breath or some weird thing like that, like where you actually get like a meaty or a cheesy or whatever it is. Like, yeah, it's weird. No, from a fucking plant, you're getting cheese. What the fuck?
When I met Mr. Smiley, the sample that I smoked with him initially was I had some ethos insane in the membrane I had grown, and it was the first run with it. It was pulled somewhat early. I didn't take it the full distance like I normally would. I like to experiment when on new strains, harvesting in different times, even though I like to always go to senescence. I really believe that's the best way to, fully get a good bud swell naturally, let the buds harden up without adding bullshit. But in this case, this it is what it is. So I pass it to Mr. Smiley, and I'm like, what do you pick up there? And my description was like a sour cream cheese taco. It was kind of like slightly meaty, but it had like this like almost like taco-y sour cream. You know what I mean? There's a yeah, weird description, but that was my closest to anything kind of meatish I've ever had. If we lose you, doctor, you are muted.
Just gotta plug you in, bro. Hold
There
on.
you go. He's dying. He's dying over there.
I got the choke. Sorry, man. Holy
No
shit.
worries. I was just doing the same while you was talking about 5 minutes ago. Just, I think you heard me. I was like, "Ooh, that was a good one."
God damn.
Turning beat right on camera.
Holy shit. I don't know why it doesn't want to fucking come on, bitch. Oh yeah, it is. Okay. Wow.
That one grabbed you by the old pooper, eh? Hey, that.
Wow.
That was
Holy
out of the
shit.
Cheech and Chong movie. Yeah, after they smoked that dog turd fucking joint shit. That one guy grabbed you by the old pooper, didn't
Oh yeah, dude. Holy shit.
So
Fucking feels like amateur hour. I feel like it's amateur hour right now, man. Wow. Damn. I can't believe I grew that, dude. That is insane.
those
I swear to
bro.
fucking God, dude. It's nuts. To be able to fucking grow something that takes your breath away, that's kind of insane, man. Holy shit.
I can actually hear the sweat on your forehead almost.
You can hear it. I can feel it. Wow.
You're trickling like a small waterfall.
Wow. 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 I'm telling you, dude, I can't believe I fucking grew that, man. That's just insane. Wow. I can't even put my finger on the fucking terpenes because it is because I smoked a lot of GG4, like the shit that my boy brought me, you know, GG4, right? Whatever, as it was grown, but it was not grown organic, so it was not exactly the same. But this shit has like a little bit of that, what Blue was talking about, that umami. It's got that a little bit of something else to it. And it's not even properly cured yet. So I don't know. How do I get you a care package, Eagle, so you can try it, so you can give me your opinion, bro? Do we have an underground way to like zap you some shit, like fucking, you know, Star Trek style? Be like, yo, zap me some shit, dude.
People find a way. People find a way. That's all
I
I
know.
can say.
Exactly.
We will
exactly.
talk.
So
We will talk.
there's
off
got to
air,
be
my
some.
friend.
There's got to be some way to transfer the fucking terpenes via fucking good vibes or something, man.
Man, I've actually received an offer to come out to the East Coast to to do a little bit of my second profession there. Some remodeling stuff. And I'm halfway tempted to come out to the East Coast for a week or two and hang out with some cool ass fuckers. Some cool ass people from the cannabis.
Do you want
Oh.
to come out for longer?
I don't know. You know, I'm still kicking it around. It's I've never been down.
No,
to
no.
the
I'm
east
I'm
side.
saying not like a permanent move or anything like that, crazy like that.
Right,
But
right.
but I could definitely use, your expert opinion on a few projects that I got going on. So what I'm saying is, if you want to hang out for like, a month, you'd be more than welcome to, you know what I mean? So like that kind
Yeah.
of thing,
It's weird how life works. I've definitely, since Mendo had put out the vibration, and that I was kind of thinking about considering, traveling with cannabis a little bit, seeing some great events and, catching some people as I work my way through. You know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, I may. I may. If I take the other offer, I most certainly am not gonna not leave the East Coast until we
Oh,
cross
fuck
paths,
yeah,
my
dude.
friend.
You would you'd be missing out, um not only would you get world-class food, but you'd get some decent smokage and some fine lodgings without having to go to an actual lodging place. I've got more.
See, that's you just put another fun angle on that would be as I travel across country just to be able to, on camera or, just try each micro region. You know what I mean? Everybody's little garden and try a little bit of, the great states as I go across would be fucking fun and just be it would be cool to see because like as you talk about, Maine, California claims their different terps over there. It'd be fun to roll around and I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. The door's open for the ideas, that's for sure. Uh, California dreaming, my friend. Cannabis dreaming. Cannabis dreaming.
Right. It's more like cannabis dreaming because what you're talking about is tasting all the flavors, right? Going, going on a tour across the US and seeing what you find, what are the differences. Like even if you try something, are you going to find something that's different or something unique because you're at a different place or a different height or different elevation or, East Coast or West Coast or what amendments people are using, because I think that has a lot to do with it, obviously, and the flavor that you get out of something. Like you guys were talking about whether something burns or doesn't burn, right? Um, whether you used molasses to so-called sweeten up your bud at the end of your grow or whatever it is, or whatever bro science thing that somebody told you to do, right? So like, in my opinion, I think things have to be broken down to a little bit more simple, right? Like you want to do as little as possible, like as little as humanly possible to intervene in that plant's growth. I think, in my opinion, if you're using an organic approach, if you're using anything other than just straight organic, trust nature, quote unquote, which is my thing. Like it's like, yeah, man, dude, I just trust nature, right? I'm like, okay, I'm gonna throw some fucking microbes in there, a little bit of water, a little bit of enzymes or whatever, and that's it. Let's see what happens. And if plants are doing good, I'm good, right? I'm looking at the plants, I'm seeing prayer, right? 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 They're not like boo. They're like, oh, you can even strike a tune to it. Is that there's a particular, there's almost a sound to it. It's like, oh, right? You walk in
It's
there,
like
the
the
plants are
vibration of
happy.
cannabis.
Right. It's like you're in there, you're happy. I'm hearing Bach, I'm hearing Beethoven, I'm hearing Tchaikovsky. In my head, I'm looking at the plants. I'm like, yep, perfect. The symphony is going right. I need to do nothing. The great conductor is in charge. And who the fuck is that? It's not fucking me, bro. It's nature. I got nothing to do with it. All I did was put a seed in a fucking cup. I gave it some water. Some motherfucker said, put these fucking microbes. I did. And that's it. Who the, hey, what? Am I God? No. Am I the greatest thing ever? No. I only provided some fucking water and some soil for the motherfucker, bro. I didn't do anything, dude. Ooh, you grew some awesome fucking weed. Yeah. What's it called? It's called a weed, bro. It's not a fucking rocket. You're not going to Mars. You're fucking growing a weed. Like it's like, some people want to make it seem like, oh boy, like holy shit, I got this magic elixir and the fucking magic 8-ball, and ooh, look at this, and you need 18 bottles of some bullshit, and get the fuck out of here. Buy your 18 bottles and shove them up your ass. Thank you so much. How's that? Is that cool? Like, you know what I mean? If you need 18 bottles of some shit to grow some fucking weed, I'm sorry, bro. Like you're just going down the wrong fucking path altogether. Because I think you can do a 2-part, right? If you're really going to salt, like you really want to go salt cocoa, okay, 2-part GH or whatever, and you're rocking in a small space, and you're cool. You don't need 18 fucking bottles of some shit, do you? Spend $1,000 to grow bro, you're gonna spend $1,000 to grow like $500 worth of weed or some shit. That's some dumb motherfucking math, bro. I don't know, it's embarrassing to me. Like, you want to go, dude, the cheapest method you can that's going to give you the best results in your area, that's what you want to do. Because I think, a lot of people do that. Like, I think, yeah, once you finally figure out what's best for you, you're not going to spend your life's savings on 1,000,000 bulbs and, 18 different bottles of some kind of nutrients in order to make your grow happen, I just don't think it's necessary, and people overcomplicate it. It's just a weed, man. It really does grow. Like some people just demonstrated it, like by dumping a plant into a pile of dung, and it all of a sudden springs up, and all of a sudden it's like 4 feet tall, and they didn't do anything. Hey, listen, I just dropped it there and it came up, and look at it, right? So once again,
I think
yeah,
it would
go
be
ahead, go
kind
ahead.
of funny if we all decided to collectively just like pick a random weed and start cultivating it, and kind of like just to leave them wondering, you know what I mean? If anybody ever we found it here too. What the fuck
It's
are
just
they
a fucking
doing?
weed, man.
They found another weed. What's up with this?
It's just a fucking weed, man. No, but at the end of the day, if you can grow a fucking tomato, you can grow a wheat plant. Like it's not like, you don't need, really, honestly, you don't need to be like, ooh, and oh, you can. I mean, you can get really fucking insane with the technicalities on this shit. But once again, why fuck with nature, right? If you have the luxury of separating from where you're sleeping from where you're growing, once again, I want to stress this. If you are growing in your living space, you cannot do what I do because there are smells and there are temperatures and there are whatever. You don't want to deal with it. Okay. So if you want to do a living soil organic shit, you got to have a separate space that's going to be a long-term thing where you don't have to move 1,000 pounds of fucking soil, you know, right? Does that make sense? Because I don't want to move that motherfucker. I'm like, yeah, you're going to stay there. Okay. That's it. I'm not fucking moving you, bro. You know? So like, if you have the means, do that. If you don't have the means to do that, do anything other that will make your life good for your living space. So whether that means to go as sterile as you possibly can, so there are no bugs or anything like that, which you have to, especially if you're sleeping there, because you don't want gnats and all kinds of shit flying around. So yeah, I mean, growing comes with certain things. So
Yeah.
right.
That's one thing that wasn't.
Tell me.
Broke up there.
What
I
were
was
you
just
gonna
gonna
say?
say, yeah, that's one
Yeah.
of the drawbacks before coming back into soil for me was the bugs, bringing the thought of bringing anything, bugs back that soil encourages and
Yep.
crop cover.
Yep. I'm
Yeah.
not even gonna front. I'm not gonna front. Like, some people are gonna say, oh, oh, you're gonna get this, you're gonna get that. You are gonna get it, right? If you're not like like I literally baked my own soil for this run and I had 0 fungus gnats in this run. 0. But that I can only attribute to the fact that the room where this all took place was sealed, and the only way to get to the room was actually to like walk around in like a semicircular fashion from the only space where you can get access to the outdoors, right? So there's no way for really any kind of gnats or anything like that to manifest themselves if it's not coming out of the compost or whatever you're putting on the soil, because usually that's where it's coming from. You're going to get your store-bought compost or whatever, or your store-bought worm castings, and you're going to put them on top of your soil as a as a topping, and more than likely you're going to get some other kind of life with it, right? In my case, none of it came, and I can't even explain it. And then you're going to talk about VPD charts and all this shit, right? And honestly, in this case, I just basically threw it all out the window because my entire grow didn't drop really below 70% humidity, 65% humidity, and it topped that probably 85% overnight. Yep. The entire grow. Yeah. Yeah, I see. Yep, your face says a lot. And a lot of the guys that I was talking to, were like, oh my God, really? You let it, but I had no choice, right? Because I was trying to maintain the temperature below 70, below 80. So I didn't want the temps to go above 80 degrees, right? So at night, the humidity did go up in there, probably to the 80s, but I never sprayed one thing on those plants. So that means those plants never saw 100% humidity, right? Ever. Because unless you spray something on them, if you're indoors, right, those plants are it's 100% humidity. They might get close, right? But I had my exhaust fan running percent of the time, right? The AC Infinity, I think 6-inch running 24/7, and they pull out pretty much everything from the 10, every minute or 2 minutes or whatever. Everything that's in there gets sucked out and whatever recirculated. And so whether it was luck or whether it was just the fact that the microbes that were already inoculated onto the plant before it ever popped out of the ground, because it germinated in the ground and with the microbes and everything. Because I believe that there's a lot to that when that seed pops and it's in soil, it gets that microbe covering, and there's a lot to that, I believe, in terms of the health of the plant that ensues from that, and how it grows and all of that. You know what I mean? And to me, it seemed counterintuitive to take a plant like when the seed pops and you have that fragile little taproot sticking out, to start fucking with it and pick it up and with a tweezer or with your hands or whatever. It seems like a recipe for disaster to me. I'd rather wait 10 days, like you said, for an old seed to pop or whatever than to expect it to go in 72 hours. You know what I mean? Or 48, which has been my experience, 48 to 72 hours.
Do you believe there's a right or wrong way to drop that seed?
To drop a seed?
Yeah. You think there's an up and down to the cannabis seed?
I think you just put it on its side, really, because that's when you take a seed and you put it down on any surface, it kind of lays down on its side. It doesn't stand up on its end. I've never seen an egg stand up on its end unless a human being propped it up and made it stand like that. You know what I'm saying? So in my opinion, when you put the seed in the soil, you have to think about nature, right? In nature, the wind would shake the plant, right? A gust of wind comes through in the fall, in the whatever, and takes takes that plant that's been seeded and shakes it, right? And goes, and it goes all over the place, right? Or a bird comes by and eats it and then poops it out 5 miles away, whatever. Does the seed give a fuck which way it landed? What does the seed give a fuck about? Whether the surrounding area is good enough to germinate in. You've seen plants, right? Trees growing out of places that shouldn't have anything growing out, like crevices of rocks and shit like that, right? Explain that.
I'm always
Go for
amazed.
Right?
I'm
Nature
always
has
amazed
its
to this.
right. Nature has its fucking ways. So like that's why, like, when people try to tell me that they need to understand every nuance and every single fucking thing about a thing to be able to do something, it's like, bro, no, dude. First of all, you have to start somewhere, right? Like, in order to get expertise at something, they say you need 10,000 hours of experience at something to have some sort of experience, right? So according to me, when I came in here, I told you I'm nobody. Remember that? When we started this conversation, the only reason I have any repertoire is because I'm able to do the gift of gab with you, and I'm having a good time, and we're fucking having a good time, and we're fucking talking shit with Eagle on show number 666, and fucking we're having the blast, right? So, right? So the only reason that you and I can have a tete-a-tete, a head-to-head understanding, is because we kind of see things the same way on certain things. You may not agree with me on everything, but some of the shit I'm saying resonates, right? Or maybe all of it resonates. So whatever, you know what I'm saying? But be that as with me. You're not gonna agree with everything I'm saying. You're not gonna disagree with everything I'm saying. We're gonna agree that, bro, we love weed, and well, this is my experience, and that's your experience, and that's his experience, and hers, and the other person's, and theirs. And do we have to get into pronouns? Oh, fuck no, bro. Let's not. Wait, let's drink on that.
I like your attitude. I definitely like your attitude. I believe the same thing, man. I believe we should be able to sit here, smoke, have a conversation, either agree, disagree, but you know, we should be able to walk away from this, come back and do it again tomorrow without no grudges. You know what I mean? I should be
Right,
like, oh no, that fucker doesn't like that. You know what I
right.
mean? It's the eye to eye on that. That's the way it should be. I'm glad I respect your outlook on that.
Right. We don't have to agree on everything. Bro, listen, if we agreed on everything, it'd be a pretty boring fucking world, man. Holy shit.
You know,
No, it would be boring,
I
no? It would be fucking boring if we agreed on every fucking thing we ever said in this world, bro. This shit would be boring, man. You know when's fun? When we're like, no, man, cause this and that and the other thing. But yeah, well, okay, 19 beers in, okay, it might get a little heavy, but
I'm thankful I don't do an alcohol panel show, or this was an alcohol show, it could get terribly deep.
no, can you imagine like Hulk Hogan, you know, like one of those characters, you know, coming just like over the top, that kind of like just nutty kind of weirdo.
Yeah.
Oh man. Well, that's what
I'll
I
take
grew
the
up
deep
with, you know.
cannabis discussions.
What's that? Say that again.
I said I'll take the cannabis discussion.
Oh hell yeah, dude. No, but that's what I grew up with the wrestling and all this stuff, you know, in the 80s. It was all of that stupid stuff. So yeah, no. Cannabis discussion all the time, 100%. I'm all for it.
Yeah, I was talking with Medically Fit one night, and I forget exactly what subject matter of what we were talking, but he said to me, he's like, well, you could argue the fact or something along that lines. I'm like, you can take that right out of that word, right out of this, because we're having a discussion. We can talk about, I'm not going to argue any facts with you. You know what I mean? We can talk about it, we can discuss, but we're not going to argue. This isn't an argument. This isn't a heated debate. This is
right. It's a lot better that way, isn't it? It's a lot better that way. I prefer a gentleman's, agreement to disagree in certain situations, just to say, hey, listen, you see it that way, I see it this way, but listen, I think the best thing to do is to actually open everybody's mind and to see why it works for that person the way it works for them, right? Because if Coco and 2-part or Coco and 97-part works for you, or whatever it is that works for you, it could be just straight perlite a la Bingus, right? Right? Because Bingus grows some fire shit from just straight perlite and whatever mix of nutrients he uses, right? And his Grandmaster LED lights, and he'd grow some fire, right? And there's nothing, there's zero dirt there, right? So like, that's amazing to me, like, right? But he has that down. He perfected it, right? So it's something I can't even understand. And what Crack Babies DWC knows about plants and DWC and just growing in a small space and being able to pull off some fire grows in small spaces. I'm talking 2x4 spaces. You can't say a fucking thing about that, you know. You can, other than like, I'm amazed and I'm fucking flabbergasted that you're able to do that, and I don't know how you do it, and it's way beyond my understanding and comprehension. And that's why, like, when I said like I trust nature, it's because I'm ignorant of all those functions that it does. I'm learning things from one place or another that says here's how you get like mycorrhiza to spread out through your soil, and don't fuck with it. Put some cover crops. Okay, 12 seed cover crop and let it go, and that's it. So like, there's some life in there. So I don't know anything more than any other human being knows about growing these plants, right? I'm only learning from you guys, and apparently I learned something, right? So, right? And for that, I thank you, right? Like, I thank you, and I thank all the other panelists that have been on here, and for all the doors that have been opened for me, and for, in terms of knowledge too, because it's good for us, right? It's nice for us to be able to, like, for 3 years, I feel like we've been on lockdown and things are kind of opening up, and it's kind of nice, you know? And I don't want to freak you out, but if you want, you want to talk about numbers, look at today's date. What's today's date? We started on the 23rd, right? But today's the 24th, right? So add up the numbers. So you got June
24, 6/24.
So June is what? 6, right? 24 is 6, right? And then 2022 is what? 666, right?
Yeah, it is. Wow. What a coincidence.
I was just just thinking about that right now. Like, I was like, wait, hold on a second. Wait, hold on.
Slightly creepy. That
What?
just gave me a little bit of a chill.
I know you like numbers and all those things, right?
I do. Huge fan.
Well,
of
look at that.
numbers.
Well, look at that, right? Like, that's some numerological shit.
It's crazy. Oh.
624 2222 is 666.
Yeah. No way of planning that. No way of planning that.
No,
That's
you
pretty fucking weird.
You know
That's
what
a
you
little
told me?
coincidental.
You know what you told me? You were like, why don't you do your show on Tuesday because I have Tuesday night off, right? And we'll juggle the numbers, right? That's what you told me, right? And I said, I can't. I can do Thursday, and that'll work perfectly for me. And you hit me up with the fist bump and you said, fine, it's Thursday, right?
Yeah, that's wow.
But it started on Thursday, but it winded up on Friday. But if you add up the numbers for Friday, it's actually 666 if you look at the calendar, the numbers.
Hmm.
And
I don't know what
honestly,
to say to that,
when
Doc.
I first reached out to you, I said maybe we can do it on the weekend of Father's Day because I knew we had off on Juneteenth, and maybe we could do it on a Friday or a Saturday or a Sunday that weekend, you know, to alleviate any work pressures or whatever. But what time is it? Oh, it's
When I just
3:30.
yeah,
It's 3:30
six,
my
another
time.
six, another six. I caught that a second ago too, as we were talking about the other ones. Mm,
Yeah, so
whatever.
it's 3:31 right now in the morning, and well, I do have to work in the morning, but you know what? Because I'm no pussy, and nor are you. We're gonna make this go until 4:20.
Yeah. So I want to take you back a little bit when you were talking about like the medicine of the plant and encouraging or trying to get your wife to try some RSO or other avenues, edibles. You know, have you thought about juicing as well? I'm a believer too, man. I really believe the cannabis plant has a bunch of healing ways, but edibles, I think keeping it in your system for like a serious, medical standpoint is key, super key.
I just think she's paranoid, man. My my wife and I, we smoked a lot of weed together. We before she got pregnant, we spent probably a good 4 years, 5 years smoking weed together, right? So but then she got pregnant, and as most women do, they drop cannabis out of their lives and cigarettes and
Sad.
everything. And
It's cigarettes. I just want to speak to this because this one hits home a little bit. There's the naysayers, about that, and this one kind of. My daughter was affected by this. I mean, and I'm gonna ask you this question too. I mean, if things were different and it wasn't so, against the taboo for somebody to smoke and be pregnant, what would your opinion be? Because in my case, my daughter smoked cannabis because of anxiety. And when she got pregnant, she did like every mother would do, like you said. Yeah. She gave up cannabis because she felt it was the right thing to do. But moreover, she was mainly worried about any kind of testing at the hospital and cannabis coming up in the child's system. And so I kind of said, and what ended up happening, I guess, long story short, I told her, I would just cut back and use moderation, smoke a little bit for your anxiety, but don't get high, is what I told her. And she she went against my advice and went cold turkey. And was no longer taking, obviously we didn't want her taking any pharmaceutical medicine for anxiety prior to child, much less with child. You know what I mean? So she talked it out. And stress or hypertension was a problem or issue during pregnancy. And I think a lot of that could have been, I mean, Chase was actually almost a month early because of hypertension issues. Could that have been alleviated if she would have, had that daily puff or two to, you know, calm herself? I
Maybe,
think so.
maybe, maybe. It has very much effects on the cardiovascular system. Um, from what I understand, I mean, it does have beneficial effects on the cardiovascular system. I mean, people are, um, wasn't it, Johnny Cannesy that was saying that his resting heart rate is like ridiculously low or something like that. He's got the heart rate of an Olympic runner or something like that because of his, proclivity to achieve.
That's an amazing thing to have. It's nice
Right.
like that.
Right. So I mean, like, things like that, your heart rate, your blood pressure, your things like that are regulated and things like that. So from my experience so far, and I would love to have it expand beyond, myself and my son's, weight loss, experience. And
Congrats on that.
you know what I mean? Like when, there's that song that says, I'm half the man I used to be, right?
So
Well,
pilots.
yeah. So in this case, I'm 2/3 the man I used to be, right? But that's still significant. You know what I mean? When you think 300 pounds, 6 feet tall to 185 or 180, 6 feet tall, right? That's a huge change. Or, 6'4", 5'6", being 350 and going down to 240 or 235. But then with working out as well, putting on muscles that weighs more than fat. So you're losing the fat, but you're still weighing more because the muscle weighs more than fat, right? So there's also all those considerations that you have to kind of get into when you're when you're thinking about your own health. And I think that's important too. And I don't want people to forget about that. And you had who's that fit growing goddess or whatever her name is. She has the babies and she's like all about like, juicing and all those things. And she did do all those things, and you had her on, and that was, did I have it right? Is it Fit Growing Goddess? Is that correct?
Yeah. Well, yeah, oddly enough, yeah, there's also another green goddess, also kind of same lines. But yes, that was the most recent
The most
one.
recent, right? The most recent.
Yeah.
She's really young. She's like early 20s and with a baby. Yeah. So I followed her after her after her appearance on your show, because I felt like, I think my wife could have, benefited from some of that, when she was going through the postpartum and all that. But like I said, my wife was an athlete, and she went through a lot of things that most men would have a hard time going through, you know what I mean, as an athlete. So with the injuries and the things that she's gone through. So um yeah.
You know, that's one of the things I think I'm most proud of on this endeavor. You know, I've heard you give thanks for, you know, taking away some knowledge from a lot of these great peoples, but moreover, man, I'm really proud of the friendships that's been made through this whole adventure, not just on my end, but to see those bridges being gapped in chats, you know what I mean? And, you know, stuff like that, I think super powerful just to, I mean, these days, this, this pandemic, these last 3 years might have drove us indoors, but man, it really created a bunch of bridges. I mean, through this cannabis community, I think there's a lot of us that could just go, well, I'm thinking about going there. I know somebody there. You know what I mean? I could look up such why I'm over that way. You know what I mean? And I think that shit's all in itself pretty proud, priceless. Glad to see bridges
Hell
being
yeah.
made there.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. And you know what? Like, honestly, the last like few weeks that you've been, you know, you're a grandpa and all these things, you know what I mean? And we're so close in age. So like you're only maybe a year or two older than me. So for you to be a grandpa, it's pretty fucking cool. Um congrats on that in person. Um I know I've wished you congratulations before on IG, but that's a different situation altogether. I think being a father is one thing, but being a grandfather is another thing, man. That's like, you know, that's branching the tree out in a whole different direction altogether, man. I'm getting all sappy or all on you, bro, but it's fucking cool, and I appreciate the pictures that you put up, and you know, uh, just to have the ability to see the little guy, and you know, you said you would go, you know, play with him and go fishing and whatnot, and all those things that you want to do as grandpa, and that's pretty fucking cool, dude. I appreciate that, dude.
Thank you, man. That little guy has most definitely reignited some passion in my life. And moreover made me wanna, you know, as I walk forward, do things more, and especially in this endeavor, to, you know, make sure I'm doing things more correctly, more things he's gonna be proud of, you know what I mean? As I hopefully leave this somewhat of a legacy behind. I want him to be able to see this, go, man, that was pretty cool. You know what I mean? I don't know. I really, you know, yeah, he is he has reignited a lot of passion in life for me. And hopefully someday soon that you'll know what I'm talking about, because it's an powerful experience. You know, you mentioned just having kids, but you know, realizing that it's transcending the time is really crazy. It's really crazy.
Fuck yeah, bro.
Thank you for acknowledging it.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Appreciate it.
That's huge, man. It is. It's transcending it. 100%. It's taking to the next generation that, you know, that tree, that family tree is expanding, right? So it's a beautiful thing, man. It's something that we should all appreciate, you know what I mean? And um I'm certainly going to appreciate it when it comes my way, you know what I mean? Whether it comes in a year or 2 years from now, whenever it comes, you know what I mean? I only have one kid, and he like millions of others got fucked out of opportunities the past 2.5 years. So I don't necessarily want to get into it, but since we're into it, and
Right.
and we still have time.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I think I've got a younger daughter as well that just graduated from high school. And as this pandemic went by, and first year, I watched that class graduate, and they literally, their commencements was basically you driving through like this circle of pictures and stats. That was commencements. You know what I mean? Look at everybody graduated. We'll mail you your diploma. And it was probably the saddest graduation I ever seen. I thought, man, I hope this doesn't happen to my daughter. But luckily it didn't. Thank goodness for that.
Well, I'll tell you the experience that my kid went through, and it breaks my fucking heart. The kid is super talented, right? And he got into one of the better music schools in Long Island, right? And not only did he get in, but he got in with a scholarship. After going through all the bullshit, doing all the, do this, you have to have a classical piece, you have to have a contemporary piece, you have to show off that you can do this, you can do that, and then do an interview with the faculty and all this stuff. He gets in, he gets a scholarship, pretty much a 50% ride, right? Which is not bad considering today's cost of upper education, or whatever you want to call it, right? For a private school. So if they're giving you half, then you're lucky, right? You're doing pretty good, right? So he got through the interviews with no problems and all that stuff, and then just when he signed up for all the classes and all these things, oh, by the way, we need you to get vaccinated. Well, I told him, well, under no circumstances is the boy going to get vaccinated, because number one, he's 17. So he's under no condition to make that call for himself. So I'm going to make the call for him. So I told the school that they're going to have to find, Governor Cuomo and whoever fucking was in charge to bring in somebody else to play guitar for them instead of my son. You know what I mean? Bring in someone from government to play instead of my son. You know what I mean? In your fucking choir or whatever it is. And basically told them to fuck off, right? A month later, they're telling me, oh, we changed our policy. We don't require the vaccines anymore, right? Do you still want to come? I looked at my son. My son looked at me. He's like shaking his head. I'm like, dude, it's up to you, bro. But they can change their minds next week and make you do whatever the fuck they want you to do. And once you signed up and you put all that money into it, then what? Right? So we decided to say, fuck you, motherfuckers. We're not fucking doing it, man. Fuck you.
Oh, see you. Kudos to you.
Not only that, not only did we say fuck you, because dude, I had a $500,000 mortgage sitting on me in fucking Long Island, bro. Because I was thinking, oh, I got another 4 years. My son is going to go to school out here, blah, blah, blah. No. This and that, right? He got robbed of a graduation. He got robbed of a prom. He got robbed of everything, bro. Those motherfuckers robbed. It's not just him. It's millions of the same stories. That's what fucking kills me, dude. It's not just my kid. You know what I mean? It's millions of stories like that, from athletes to musicians to everybody else got fucked in the last 3 years, dude.
It was horrible, especially the athletes. Yeah, I definitely seen a lot of heartbreaking stuff that just kids not being able to play because they were associated. That's what I'm getting ready to go on my little land here. Because I definitely took the same stance. I didn't want my daughter getting the shot and all that good stuff. And the way they handled that is, again, guilty by association up here, which, okay, you were in the same area of the school as a kid that supposedly was sick. So now you both have 10 days off. You know what I mean? Repeatedly pause your education for 10 days. Pause. And I really believe it had a huge impact on a lot of these kids' education. The school at home, school at school, school at home, half and half. You know what I mean? Mass, the social pressure of just the mass and shit. I feel for all these kids that grew up through this whole time. It's got to be tough, super tough for them.
My brother, when they said we have 15 days to flatten the curve, right? I gave them exactly that, 2 weeks. And then, like any other human being, right? You have a supercomputer, right? On your neck sits the most sophisticated supercomputer that's ever been created by nature, right? And you sit there and you watch and you learn, right? And as this thing wore on, and from March to April to May, and I watched the old people in my neighborhood, my old neighborhood, which I left, right? So I went from 0.11 acres in Long Island to 15 acres, 0.11 acres to 15 acres. I sold my house there and I moved to a 15-acre plot. Why? Because I saw exactly what was coming. The food is shit. When you really think about it and you look at what you're getting at the supermarket, it's garbage. Compared to what I used to get on the farm at my grandpa, what he used to grow and my grandma, it's ridiculous. You can't even compare it, man. The flavor and what I did in 350 square feet in Long Island, because I did my own little, organic garden, 350 square feet. I had enough, tomatoes and cucumbers and green beans and whatever the fuck else we decided to plant there. We had enough all season. I didn't have to buy shit. What am I going to do on 15 acres? You know what I got right now? I got 35 chickens, right? 4 or 5 roosters among them, right? I got some guinea fowl coming tomorrow that I'm picking up from the post office. They're coming in, little babies. And I'm gonna build out a 15-acre fucking farm. That's what I'm gonna do. Because at the end of the day, right now, these days, the only thing you got left is yourself, man. You can't be relying on anything. Nothing. If you have a chance to get the fuck out and get a piece of land somewhere, do it. If you have a chance to do it, do it. I'm not even, you know what? I wish I was fucking kidding, okay? I'm your quintessential fucking city slicker, okay? I grew up in the city. Yeah, I spent fucking 10 years, going back and forth from the farm, but I've been a city boy all my life. Big city boy. The biggest city boy when you talk about New York City, right? How much bigger city can you get, right? Across the board. And guess what I did? I went from living in a fucking apartment to living in a house to living in another house to living in a fucking 15-acre property. Why? Because everything in my mind tells me that we're getting fucked right now. Okay? And I know you guys know it. I don't need to tell you that. We're getting fucking shafted left and right. If you can become self-sufficient, do it. And if you can't, link up with people that can and help them become self-sufficient with you. You got people that are buying up farmlands across the US, left and right.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Left and right.
I definitely seen I'm up here in northern Michigan, so I'm already in BFE. So when the pandemic hit, man, we definitely seen an influx of people getting the fuck out of the city, coming up to their cabins, saying they just had enough, and they came up and it would suck because they really I think supplies were kind of geographically dealt out by past numbers. So my area being, a low populated area, I think toilet paper, shit like that, they went, a village of 1,100, this is all they need. But they didn't necessarily figure that even though, there's 1,100 here currently all the time, we do get the influx of people from their cabins and shit like that. So when people come running up here and started grabbing fucking toilet paper and shit off the shelves, it really stressed our local chains of bullshit. Food, toilet paper, of course. But yeah, people definitely felt it too. They definitely felt it. And that's the other thing, even as the thing is have wind down somewhat there, uh very few went back. I think the majority of them sold their houses downstate. Was like, yeah, we're good up here. Muted that. Oh shit.
Sorry, boss. I was gonna say that's exactly what I did. I moved I moved upstate. You know, kind of like Iron Maiden would say, run to the hills, right? I know you're a fan
It's nice
of
in the
all
hills.
music. I know you're a fan of all music out there, seen you rock out to some Slayer and some Sepultura and some other things out there, you know. Yeah, I kind of like that stuff myself. um,
I
uh,
was thinking about starting tonight's show off with Slayer Seasons in the Abyss.
oof, some
Good
of my
tune.
favorite stuff. You know, that's when they started to actually study music theory. By the way, because you can tell that their soloing actually starts to, you know, jive with the music really hardcore. Um, before that, they were just driven by purely fucking just the greatest rhythmic rhythms that you can come up with in thrash metal history. I think the first band I ever saw actually live was April 15th, 1990. I think it was 1990, 1991, maybe. It was uh, the Dr. Feelgood album from Motley Crue when they were out running that show. And funny enough, my son is going to go to the City Field show tonight at to catch Motley Crue and those guys tonight, the 24th tonight, meaning, which is pretty fucking cool. And guess what? That shit was delayed since 2019. They had tickets to go in 2019 to go. No, actually 2020 to go to this show. They had tickets to go, but it was canceled because of this whole bullshit. So even though Tommy Lee is not going to be on the drums, because he obviously cracked some ribs or some shit. My
I
boy
heard that was gonna be spotty for a minute, but I don't, again, I don't fucking know. Hopefully he gets some Tommy Lee action there, but it's gonna be a good concert nonetheless. I'm fucking stoked they honored the ticket.
fuck yeah, dude. That's kind of rare, no? Like, you know, to let it go 3 years almost. Yeah. So my boy's gonna be there tonight, and he's in Long Island, and he told me he would be watching the show tonight. So, you know, shout out to him. He's got some nice posts on IG, and he's 18, so I can promote him. He's the only thing that I promote. He's the only person that I promote on this planet, in this universe, because he's the only thing I got. So
That's awesome. Oh yeah, he's lucky to have such a good dad. It's awesome, brother.
yeah.
Yeah, the best things we have. That's why I always give Mike a shout out. I say it every night when I do the shout outs, Brittany, Lexi, and Koo and Chanel Chase. The most important things I have. I totally agree.
Yep. It's the only thing you live for, man. So
Took me a long time in life to realize, that it wasn't about necessarily the monetary things. It was the memories, the lessons taught, the days fishing, that kind of good stuff that was gonna transcend anything that I ever gave them. I even had that talk with Alexis not so long ago, on this very, very same subject. I'm like, and if in my life, if I look back, that's probably one of my biggest regrets is working 12, sometimes 16 hours a day to come home with that fat paycheck to just spoil the shit out of my girls, give them every fucking little thing that they ever wanted. And I did. Those girls never went without a motherfucking thing. I gave
Fuck
them
yeah.
everything that I could possibly give them, every instrument, every game console, every fucking thing I could get, that every little fucking, attachment to that shit.
And the best,
And I says,
and the best
yeah.
of it, not just whatever, but
And
get the best you can get, right?
and I says, fucking, I now I look back at, you being the age that you are, and now I've got a shed full of fucking shit you never fucking used. You guys didn't appreciate it then, and now it's sitting there being wasted and not even appreciated now. But I would appreciate it every second I would have been there and hanging out with you. You know what I mean? And I think you would have appreciated the memories that we would have made then. I think they would have meant a lot more to you than that trash out in the shed.
Hell yeah, dude. Yep.
Heeds some cool lessons sometimes. The ones we
Sure
pass
does.
down are
No, it sure does. But you know what? Like you said, in one of your other broadcasts, you said that, holding grudges is a really bad thing, right? Because holding grudges only enslaves you to the fucking problem that you're holding a grudge over, right? Instead of letting go, instead of understanding that, you know what, you're imperfect, everybody is imperfect, right? And just let it be at that. And just I think a lot of people fall down at that part, you know um and I'm not perfect, right? Just like any other human being. Like, I'm far from perfect, and I've fucked up a lot of things, you know what I mean? I've screwed up a lot of um relationships and whatnot, because I was hard-headed and um inflexible, right? But that had to do with my upbringing, right? It was my nurture, not my nature, right? It was the way I was brought up, right? And um it took me some time to realize that, you know life is not always about me. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, for me it is, but it's not always about me, you know it's about the family, it's about the people you care about, it's about your friends, it's about the people you keep around, right? It's the people that, when I wake up in the morning and I say good morning to the Gus bus at 5:30 or 6 in the morning, right? um well, my wife's awake, I already said hello to her. My son's usually sleeping, and my dog's usually awake, so I usually said hello to him. But other than that, who do I go to? I go to my friends, right? The people that I can call my friends, because we see eye to eye on what? On our
campus.
love, on our love for one singular thing on this planet, this particular planet, for its vulnerabilities, right? which we run around and we try to fucking coddle them and all these things, IPM this and, mites that and all these things. And right. But sometimes you learn more from letting go than by trying to hold on, right? And I know that the time is wearing on and I'm getting really philosophical right now at 4:10 a.m.
So,
but think about that, right? When right?
you know, crazy, the fucking crazy. That's what I want to say about this episode and that. Okay. That's what I want to say about that. Is because while you were talking earlier, and I can, I obviously didn't fucking whip this up this fast. You can see right here. I was like, let's check out the better side of the 666. Angel number 666, meaning and symbolism. And I was thinking to myself, wow, the coincidentals with, the date, the time, the episode, and there's a few other things through the discussion that kind of, raised an eyebrow. And then you finding ending up with this point is I kind of thought to myself, what all these, again, back to the numbers, all these can't be a coincidence. I'm obviously supposed to take something away from this experience, whatever. And I started kind of reading through this. And as I scroll down, I'm reading through, what does it mean? What are the angels communicating? And then so I'm looking through this and I'm nothing to do with the devil and what. So it says, first one was be like, beware of your thoughts. And I was like, well, I'm not really thinking nothing, too, sinister or nothing like that. Look to help those in need. It's like, well, I could see how, some things we talked about, so I can reflect that. And then as you see here, interject positivity into your life. And I'm like, I can see a little bit of that. We can all use of that. And then there was this one that fucking raised, goosebumps up my back, and is the point you just made.
I can't see it, bro.
Let go, forgive.
Yes.
You can't, but they probably can.
Yes.
You probably have to swipe your screen or something go. There, but it says
let go,
forgive, and move on.
Yes. Forgive and move on. Absolutely, 100%, man. Forgive and move on. You've mentioned this more than once, I think, through many different talks, I think, and we've talked on IG about it, letting go of grudges and things like that hold you down, man. That's a weight, right? It's a weight on your shoulder. It's a weight on your psyche. It's something that holds you back, right? So like,
but this is what I'm not. There's more to the story here, but I'm not going to divulge too much. But I literally had this moment earlier today to where I had an incident behind this everything, and it was frustrating, very heartfelt, and I actually told myself earlier today, this is this is truly the ending of this, and I, it is time to move on. So everything that that's what, you know what I mean? This is crazy. That's all I can say to all of this is, yeah, crazy hitting home right.
It's hitting on a lot of different cylinders, right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I think it's important for you to be able to, I think for everybody to be able to you know, just be able to let go and not be so wound up and not, you know, just allow yourself to forgive people, allow yourself to forgive yourself for your own fuck ups and your own mistakes, you know what I mean? That's all. Just uh, I think I've said it before, and I told Gus before this too, you know. I said, you know, you got to love yourself. You have to love yourself. Number one. Once you love yourself and you can say, okay, look, when I look in the mirror in the morning, I'm happy with myself because I'm a good person. I've done everything that I could to do something good, right? Like you said, random acts of kindness, right? Do change lives, right? And I believe that. Eagle, I believe that 100%. 100%, man. Doing something good for somebody else when they don't even expect that you're going to do it is something that's fucking phenomenal, man. You know, and I've experienced some real love and compassion in this community, you know what I mean? Some really good people, you know what I mean? And others that still need some guidance, and that's why we're here, right? Us old dogs are here to help those that still need to be helped along, right? You know what I mean? So I think we have our work cut out for us, Eagle. And I don't think it's the end of an era or anything like that. It's just the beginning of another, right? You know what I mean? And you're a good man for doing all of this, and you know, for bringing all of us together, really, because at the end of the day, none of us would be hanging out, whether it's on Discord or whether it's on IG or whether it's, you know, here with you on your show or on your channel, hanging out, you know, putting together some sort of, you know, content for people to watch, whether it's Tony's band, you know, Catachronic banging away on the drums and fucking pushing out some rock and roll, you know, some old school rock and roll for us, you know, or whether it's some event that you go to and you're sharing for us that we can't be at, right? So, you know what I mean? Like you brought people together, dude. You're literally across the world. We've got people, you know, you've got Icini, you've got Green Fingers, right? You got Green 20, Green 13, right? In the UK, right? You've got uh you've got SoCal, West Coast, you've got Johnny Caniseed in down south, right? He's hanging out down there by the freaking Miracle City itself, Las Vegas, right nearby, right? Then you've got uh all those wonderful, cool fucking people in Michigan, right? And then you've got all those people in Maine that you've hooked up with that you've already talked to. I mean, come on, just the number of people that hang out in Maine that I see posts from, it's ridiculous, right?
There it is.
Who who's a Cheddar Bob that hangs out, right? He's one of the guys from Maine that comes around, right? Then you've got Captain 420. He travels the world, right? You've got Tao from my neck of the woods, right? When he starts talking, you're like, holy shit, it's fucking Doc. No, it's not, but it's Doc with a much deeper voice. It's fucking Vin Diesel of the fucking weed nerd world, right? When he shows up and shit, right? So, bro, we cover East Coast, West Coast, Middle Coast, you know, every fucking where. We've got the North covered. We've got the guys in the North. We've got Weed Nerd DWC. We've got Smart Poker. We got all those guys that whether they got the start here or their ramp here or whatever the fuck they did, you still get the credit for it, Eagle, because you started this shit, bro. And I give you credit for it. Me. I don't care what anybody else thinks. But when I look at the landscape, you know, you gave a lot of people a jumping ground to take off from and to meet people. And that's the biggest thing. It's to meet people. It's not, it's not about what you put out on YouTube or whatever. It's the community that you build around yourself. You know what I mean? So, and I think you've done a fucking hell of a job of that, man.
Appreciate those kind words, brother. Man, you did it, man. You definitely proved that you can hold your own. We definitely hit that 420 mark with those very kind words. I definitely appreciate it, my friend. Thank
Fuck
you
yeah,
for
man.
volunteering for this amazing episode 666.
Interesting
Coincidental.
Numbers, eh?
Yeah. it's the numbers are powerful, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't think they did. I don't think it was any coincidence they happened to line up as perfectly as they did. You know what I mean? So, cheers to you hanging out. Cheers to this great plan. Hey, cheers to your awesome son and amazing wife. And cheers to
Thank you.
everybody that puts into this dream. I got a lot of respect for everybody that comes and hangs out and shares their life with me. It's huge. With that being said, my friend, it is time to check out, and hopefully some of what I'm about to say, that the Zoom link that I sent you is always good now. You can come out and hang out in the Weed Nerd world anytime you feel that you want to. We love the people coming, going, and new conversation, perspective, and jokes, all that good stuff. So hopefully you will take me up on my offer and come hang out on some fun nights. And again, share some more fun stories and some more of your personal journey. I'm sure we'd all greatly appreciate it. Moreover, I need to get that soundbite from you, my friend, before we go. Hopefully you know how that goes.
I do. I do now. Yeah.
Soon
how
as
it goes.
you hear, there's a little voice that they don't hear, but you will. There it is. I'm ready.
Do I need to do anything? Push anything?
Nope.
Okay.
Just
All right. Well, I'm Doc Vapor, and I'm having a blast fucking talking shit with Eagle on episode number 666. Come and have a look if you're brave enough.
good one. That was a good one. And Doc Vapor, it was a pleasure meeting you, my friend. And yeah, I was unsure. I was unsure. It was the mystique and the anticipation building up to this episode was fun, and I'm most certainly glad you volunteered for it, my friend.
Well, I'm glad we got to do it, man. I'm really glad we got to do it. And I'm glad I got to actually make it all the way through, you know. I'm running out about I'm running the 24-hour clock right now on being awake. So in another
But
hour
thank
it'll
you.
be 24 hours. So it's good. It's good. I'm pretty amazed that I got through it. It's the adrenaline. I'm really glad I got through it, man.
I greatly appreciate it, man. I know how long of a day that can be. So I appreciate that, man, for sure.
Thank you so much, man. I so appreciate you, brother.
You
Thank
have
you
a
for
good
having
night,
me.
my friend.
Yep.
Thank
The
you
only
for
people
coming,
I'm
my
gonna
friend.
shout out, the only people I'm gonna shout out is all the weed nerds, my son at Sando Babando on IG, and my wife, and my parents who are still alive and kicking back in the old country. They're old, but God bless them, man. They're in their late 70s and they're still doing okay. So I'm blessed. I'm blessed, brother. I'm blessed.
I do suggest, yeah, now that you've completed this episode, to go back and watch the comments because they've said a lot of fun things, and then they have enjoyed this episode all the way through as well. So, a lot of great things to be said and seen in chat. So, you get a chance, scan through, check the comments out. They enjoyed this as much as I did. For the rest of you guys, thank you for tuning in. You guys have made this a fun episode as well as you always do. For those of you that don't know the routine, please get some rest. I will be here soon. If this is the beginning of your day, your journey, please take time out for a little bit of self-love, a little bit of meditation along that lines of what I am hoping is the beginning of an amazing weekend for you. Take time to do something nice for somebody. Random acts of kindness do save lives, as I am a believer, and Doc Vapor has said
I
as
sure
well.
am as well. I'm also a believer. Random acts of kindness. And do plant some seeds, please. Thank you so much.
Good night.